So this is it's a public meeting. We're not taking public comments. This is a working session for the Land Bank Commission. Thank you all for carving out a block of time. The purpose is so that we can deep dive into some big subjects that we can't adequately address in the scope and pace of a regular meeting. I wanted to point out that there was another subject potentially on the agenda for today that once we filled it out with what we're about to talk about, there wasn't going to be adequate time, and that was about JEDI and recommendations. And so we decided to address that at a future meeting, whether it's an extended monthly meeting or part of a regular monthly meeting. So that idea didn't get forgotten, but we want to give it its due attention, and it wasn't going to fit for today. So for today, we're going to focus on where we've been, where we're headed, and with the ability to pull back in the context of our times, where should we be headed? Is there any areas we should change course, either tweaking or by bounding, or do we stay and double down where we are? So facilitating the discussion today is John Howell, who you are all very familiar with, who has facilitated many meetings for the Land Bank. I might also add that John is instrumental in helping to shape the meeting from the outset. He doesn't just show up and start asking questions. He works with us in advance for several weeks, taking what are kind of abstract concepts and boiling them down. So it's very good at that. Thank you, John. And with that, I will turn it over to John.
Hey, thank you, Sandy. I think, hey, Miles. I think the only person who I haven't had a chance to meet yet is Mike Pickett. So Mike, nice to meet you. I've been facilitating these retreats, gosh, for 6, 7, 8, 9 years. I've kind of lost track, and have property on San Juan Island and long time property owner in the islands. So let's do a round of introductions. I know you all know each other, but there's we have one, it looks like one resident. We can ask that person to introduce themselves in a bit. But for the commissioners, if you'd just introduce yourself by describing which island you represent, how long you've been on the commission, and in just one short sentence, what's your favorite hike in the islands? Let's have the commissioners introduce themselves first, and then we'll ask the staff. And I think I'll just call on people so there isn't all that awkward silence. And the other thing that we'd like you to do, we didn't want to spend too much time on the introductions, but in the chat, if you would answer one of the questions that's on the agenda, which is, what's the biggest challenge facing the land bank in the next 5 years? We don't intend to use the chat during this meeting. We want to really have real-time conversation, but for this purpose, we don't spend too much time on introductions. What's the biggest challenge facing the land bank in the next 5 years? Both commissioners and staff, if you want to respond to that, that would be great. Okay, we'll start with commission introductions, and I'll start with Brian, just top of my screen.
Good morning. Okay, Brian Weitz. I am an at-large commissioner, live on Orcas Island, and I've been on the commission for 6 years. favorite hike, I would have a hard time deciding between Turtleback and the Coho Preserve.
Thank you. Jim?
You're muted.
Cove, District 1, Position 1, San Juan Island, I think is how my position is characterized. Tanya, can you tell me how long I've been on the commission? I think this is the end of my, this year is the end of my third term, and I think I had a partial term before that, so I may be having to exit come December 31st. Don't know yet. Depends on how the council feels about that. And, you know, going beyond term limits. My favorite hike, I'm gonna stick with my homeland here and say Zylstra. And then you wanted us to talk about the biggest challenge for,
Just put that in the chat if you would, Jim.
okay, thanks.
Thank you. Mike? I think you're on mute, Mike.
There you go. I've been on the commission a couple of hours. Previously, I mean, I'm excited about this. I'm in power learning curve right now. I've served on the Ag Guild. It was helpful in the Brickworks acquisition and remodel. Been on the ARC, served 6 years on the Planning Commission. So my passion is around maintaining this rural nature that we have here, of which ag is an important part. I've lived here for about 20 years, and I live out towards Snug Harbor on San Juan Island.
And your favorite hike?
I'd say the hike down by English Camp, particularly starting somewhere around Pickett's Lane, is kind of a homey thing. So.
Thank you. Sandy?
I've been on the commission for 3.5 years, live on Orcas, have been here for 16 years. And my favorite hike, I was going to say Coho, because it's really way up there. Oftentimes when I go, I end up being the only one there, and it's so peaceful. But I'm gonna throw a curve and say lately it's been Crescent Beach Preserve, because you can, it's right next to the village, and you can then just walk into the woods and let it melt away and then kind of walk back. It's just, it's a very easy and level, and I just love it.
Great. Krista?
My name is Krista Campbell. I live on Lopez. I've been here since 1982. And I have been on the land banks longer than Brian and not as long as Jim. So somewhere in there, I'm not sure exactly. And I think I'm kind of torn actually. I think my favorite hike is Zylstra, really. I still hold that. I've only been out there a couple times, but I just, I hold that image pretty strongly. And then Lopez Hill. I think it's very different. They're totally different, but those would be my two favorite ones.
You snuck 2 in there, Krista.
I know. I'm a rule breaker.
Miles?
Yeah, Miles Becker, District 3 from Lopez Island. This is my coming up on the end of my first term as a commissioner, so it's been a little over 3 years. And my favorite hike is Chadwick Hill near Wantmile Bay on Lopez.
Can't go wrong with any of these. David? David Myland. I'm an at-large commissioner, live on San Juan, and I've been on the commission for just going on 3 years. And I hate to be a traitor, but my favorite hike is over on Turtleback. Yeah. Thank you. Just a reminder for everybody to keep populating the chat with what's the biggest challenge facing the land bank in the next 5 years, and ask staff to do quick introductions, your name, role, and favorite hike. And again, I'm just starting the top of my screen, going around. Doug?
Hello, Doug McCutcheon. I'm the steward here on San Juan Island, and I've been with the land bank since 2004. And before that, actually volunteered and was a contractor for about 4 or 5 years. My favorite hike, I'm going to be a little bit subversive too and jump across the border and say my favorite hike is actually on Saturna Island, a big loop you can do. It's about a 10 or 12 mile hike from shore
Yeah.
of Pike Warburton and out and around to an amazing beach, and then you end the hike at a winery. So how great is that?
Nice. Tanya?
Tanya Williamson, Outreach Volunteer Coordinator. I think I started in 2014, maybe 20. I have a thing that says I've been here at least 5 years, so that many at least. And favorite hikes. I really like, I like Judd Cove, and I like the West Side, and I like Hummel Lake. All water.
Lincoln?
You all know me. I've been here for a long time. My favorite hike is, I would have to say the loop starting at Dead Man, going up through Limekiln and down through Limekiln Point State Park, back to the beach at Dead Man. It's hard to beat that one.
Yep. And you even see some whales go by from time to time.
Time to time.
Amanda?
Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Wita, Lopez First Steward, and I've been with the land bank maybe since 2015. Used to volunteer on the commission and now staff. My favorite hike is the kind of Chadwick, Watmow, Point Colville connection.
Thanks, Amanda. Aaron?
My name is Aaron Rock. I am the operations coordinator. I've been here 1 year. I find myself every time I'm on a trail in the San Juan saying that it's my favorite trail when I'm there. But for sentimental reasons, the picture in the background, Goldenback on the west side, for sentimental reasons is probably my favorite trail.
Thanks. And Aaron? Sorry. Get you two confused.
Oh, no, it works out well. I think I get a lot more credit because people think when they hear Aaron. But stewardship coordinator, and I don't have like one particular favorite hike. I guess I mean, the one that I do most often is Mount Grant. And yeah, I like mountains, so Turtleback Mountain as well.
Let's see, Kayla?
Hey everyone, I'm Kayla Seaforth, Orcas field assistant. I've been on staff about 4 years, coming up on 4 years now. And I think, you know, I'll just go with the most prominent. Turtleback is one of my favorite places in this whole world. And yeah, just love spending time up there.
Thanks, Kayla. Shauna?
Hi, I'm one of the field assistants for San Juan Island. I've been here for just over a year, about 13 months now. And I think my favorite hike is pretty consistently hiking Limekiln Preserve. There's a really great loop that you can do that takes you through the preserve and around to the state park, down through Deadman's, and it's just all times of year. It's absolutely stunning.
Thanks, Jacob.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jacob Wagner, and I've been with the Land Bank for about 1 year as well. And I'm a field assistant on San Juan and also kind of roaming. And my favorite hike is probably the west side as well, that Dead Man's Lime Kiln area. It's just unbeatable.
And then we have a participant in the meeting that's just titled SJC Resident. Would you like to introduce yourself? Anybody know who that is?
I think it's Steve Oldie.
Oh. Okay. Well, thank you all. Fun list of hikes. You've nothing surprising, but you've jogged my mental checklist for a few hikes for this spring and summer. And what you've put into the chat, we will collect and probably look at that during the break, see if there's anything that warrants some conversation, but also we'll have it as part of the meeting notes. So I think we're ready to dive in. I'm gonna just, Mike, I wanted to let you know that everyone else on the call knows my style for these kind of meetings, which is that when we get to each of the topics, I usually like to go around the room, if you will, and make sure all of the commissioners have had a chance to weigh in. So if any of the commissioners are being particularly quiet, I may call on you and just ask if you have any thoughts about the topic that is the focus of that moment. And the last thing I'll say is, unlike some other retreats, we are not looking for specific decisions today. Sometimes we, tee up decisions that we want you all to make. This is, as Sandy said well in her introduction, this is sort of giving you the space to talk about some bigger picture strategic topics that's hard to squeeze into your normal board meeting. So there are topics here where we're trying to get a sense of the board, sort of take your pulse, if you will, see if there is a consensus about moving one direction or another, but we're not looking for decisions per se today. So with that, let's dive into our first topic. And Lincoln's going to introduce this. My understanding is that from time to time, questions arise amongst commissioners, amongst the public about the mandate for the land bank. And has it changed? If so, how has it changed? How could it change in the future? So we wanted to have some conversation about the mandate. And Lincoln, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. So I sent around a sheet, the first page of which has the Conservation Land Bank mandate on it. So I don't know if you all have that. Maybe I should I'll just share it for a minute here to talk about what's on it, just to kick the discussion off.
And while Lincoln is doing that, not for this purpose, but Tanya or Lincoln, at some point, could you also give me the ability to share? Because I may, during the course of the discussions, I may share a document or two. So
that's Tanya's domain.
Okay.
So here's this table that I put together, and I think there are a couple of things to start off. First of all, I mean, here's the mandate to preserve in perpetuity areas of the county, et cetera, et cetera. So here are the values that are listed specifically. And the original conservation objectives for each of these is spelled out in the policy manual that you all have. So that's fairly clear. One thing that's not really clear is that in the original ordinance, it makes note of using the San Juan County Open Space and Conservation Plan as the basis for making decisions. So that's that 1990 document, which has not been updated. And we've gone through this a couple of times before, just looking at that and how they came about, ranking particular landscapes and places. And a lot of that was very, very much focused on the idea of maintaining rural character. So aesthetics, the aesthetic and scenic, which interestingly is mentioned as two separate values in the mandate, definitely plays a strong role in that original setup of what people were looking for. So just to go through these and highlight where we started and what we've come to, I think it's kind of, some of these are quite clear. And I'll focus on that. And then there are blanks with some of these also, because it's an open question. Where we started, where we are, and where we're going potentially. So for the environmental one, really, I think the way this has changed, it started out with conservation of species, ecosystem function. That's all still there, but I think that the more we know, the way that's changed is toward emphasizing larger landscapes and keeping intact larger landscapes. And where I see that going potentially is active management, which is not something that we've done. We've done a fair amount of active management, but it's all relative. You know, it could be much, much more than we've been doing, and focused on a much broader area of what we've got. So for agricultural values, really that started as agricultural open space. Again, that focus on views, I think was a big factor, trying to just maintain the feeling of being in a rural place. And now we really have shifted a lot toward looking for continuing agricultural activity. So the leases that we've done, originally a lot of the agricultural properties that we bought, we wanted, the original idea was to do conservation easements on agricultural properties primarily, but we ended up purchasing properties first with the idea that they'd be resold with a conservation easement, and then recognizing, well, you know, we could do that, but there's no guarantee it's going to remain in agriculture if we resell it with a conservation easement. Very difficult and expensive for farmers to buy. So retaining properties, doing leases, purchasing Kaufelt Farm, that's kind of where we are now. But that shift from just open space toward actually promoting agriculture is something that's happened. The aesthetic or scenic, I don't think that's changed at all. So I'll move on. Cultural, areas associated with use by indigenous peoples, I think that's largely the same. I would add to cultural this question of not necessarily indigenous peoples, but others who've been here for quite some time. So hunting is one of those things that really is a cultural activity. We're allowing that on some preserves now, and then collecting mushrooms, berries, things like that, which is a strong cultural practice in many places. And now there's the potential to move toward that active cultural use, that if we're interested in indigenous plants and animals that are important to indigenous people, then should we be cultivating them and should we be promoting their use? So shifting over to more of an active role in that sense. For scientific, really that's just things that we buy because of their environmental value largely, or cultural value. It could be, they have scientific value. So people are looking at the tide pools on our properties or bat roosts or things along those lines. I think that's the scientific piece is really a byproduct of the value of what we've purchased and preserved. The historic piece, I put the same in here. It talks in the policy manual about site structures, objects associated with events, etc. And I think originally there was no particular structural component in that value. At some point, probably about 2000, that shifted over to the commission wanting to actually conserve structures specifically and utilizing that historic preservation easement tool to do that. So that's something that we have done. We've certainly learned a lot about historic preservation easements and how they work and how they don't work. So that's an open question of where we go from here on that one. And then low intensity recreational use, trails basically is what we're talking about. I think that's expanded a bit as we've allowed for equestrian use and mountain biking use in certain places, but definitely remains a key value. Where that goes from here, another good question. And then the existing and future sources of potable water. That originally they did mention watersheds, streams, also impounded surface water. So it was a fairly broad category. And there have been some discussions over the years about what this means, particularly when people approach the land bank and want to put in a reservoir, say, is that what you all do? And generally the answer has been no, actually, that's not what we do. We're not here to buy property for someone to construct a watershed, a reservoir. But what we are doing is watershed protection, so that these sources of water remain intact over time. And I think that watershed focus will remain key, particularly as we shift over more and more to thinking about climate change. So I'm going to stop there.
So, Lincoln, one of my takeaways is the mandate itself hasn't changed. The implementation of those different values has changed or morphed over the life of the land bank, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, the mandate itself is pretty much etched in stone in that it comes from the state enabling legislation and the ordinance. So it's not, we don't really have the flexibility of changing that mandate, but for each one of those things, you can interpret them differently.
So let's just start with, see if there are questions about the meaning of the different values, the changes that have occurred. Anybody have questions that they want to clarify before we ask you a little more about the meaning of this? Yeah, Miles.
So I'm just curious how what the process is for the changes. So I'm guessing the mandate, when it first came out as code, had some of these definitions, and then how do they change over time? What is the process for that?
So it wasn't really defined in the ordinance so much, but it was in the policy manual. that was issued. That's really where all of this is spelled out. And the way it's changed, I think, has been a pretty organic process. That as time has passed, the importance of certain things has risen and other things has fallen. And I would say one of the principal things that's happened is that initial focus on just purely aesthetic and scenic elements has given way to a broader understanding of our landscapes and how they work and what's important in maintaining them.
Krista?
Lincoln, can you give an explanation when you say active management? How are you defining that, or what does that look like? What does that mean?
Yeah, so you're talking about the environmental part?
Yes.
Originally, you have to remember that where the land bank came from, it started with a very small staff. Started with the idea of doing conservation easements, gradually got into doing more outright acquisition, but a lot of that was meant really to be just conservation and really kind of caretaker stewardship rather than doing a lot of active stewardship. And that has shifted. Our work in Gary Oak, Savannah restoration certainly has become more and more prominent. So that's what I mean by active management. And the next step in that would be really looking in particular at the forests that we own and their condition and what we do about that if we've got issues with overstocked forests, unhealthy trees. That's kind of where you would go, is starting to actively manage those areas.
So we are currently in active management mode now. And that's the area you're looking at us going towards. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would say though we're at the tip of the iceberg with that.
Oh.
We could do much, much, much more and spend much, much more money doing it.
Any other questions before I ask you about your thoughts about any potential changes in emphasis in the implementation of this mandate? Lincoln suggested a couple and wanted to get your thoughts as well, but any other questions first? Yeah, Doug?
Yeah, the way I was thinking about this was that, early in the program, there was kind of an assumption that the scenic and aesthetic values, if those were addressed, that everything else was going to fall into line behind them. And that basically we just kind of have realized that scenic and aesthetic are transitory in nature, and that they may not be indicative of healthy conditions. And so I think we're just kind of flip-flopping over time. There's been that realization that there needs to be some active management, particularly in light of climate change issues, in order for those other values to be kind of realized. So almost sort of think of these as sort of like primary and secondary values, in which we'll get into in those ranking. And just, it's not that the scenic and aesthetic are less important per se, it's just in the order of operations where they sort of fit in that I see as changing with time with the program.
It's a really good point, Doug, is that there's not a suggestion here that you'll stop doing work that is related to one of these values, but you may focus more energy on some of them than others, and benefits to some of the values may be sort of secondary in nature, as you just said. That's a good point. Okay, let's, Lincoln, would you mind putting your document back up on the screen for just a second, and then you can take it down again. But I just want to remind folks of so the change, there are essentially three potential changes from the current implementation of these mandate values that you're suggesting. The one that was just asked about by Krista was more active management to promote healthy forests. Then in the cultural realm, the cultivation of indigenous foods and plants, and down under the protecting potable water, the focus on watershed protection. So you put that under the heading of potential. So I guess we're interested to hear the commission's response to those ideas, but also wanted to leave open the suggestion from commissioners about other changes in emphasis around this list of mandated values. So reactions to those three ideas, and then any other changes that a commissioner wants to suggest. You could probably stop sharing. Yeah, thanks. Who'd like to jump in on that? Sandy, thanks. Oh, I think you're on mute, Sandy.
Stepping back from this chart is really helpful, and I'm glad we're having this discussion. What I'm just kind of want to phrase what I'm hearing or seeing is that the land bank began as more passive, and we're looking at becoming more active. Passive and opportunistic, active and strategic and focused. And I just wanted to, and I'm on board with that, and on board with the areas that we are moving towards that Lincoln has pointed out. And I also wanted to, what that means is it takes people to be active, people resources. And so at some point, we need to look at setting our goals and then figuring out, do we have proper staffing to achieve them? So that's, so I'm in support of becoming more active. I would also say under agriculture that maybe there's an opportunity to go further in terms of food security. I don't know if there's an opportunity of haying areas that are being hayed to also be able to grow crops. I know water's a limiting factor, but what I'm, and then under cultural use, I think that part of what we can do to expand that is telling the story. That's how culture is passed. And so I think it would be important to tell those stories, and whether it's through interpretive signage or something like that. But I think that it involves communication. And then under scientific, maybe the science stays the same, but disseminating the results could be something we could do better in the future for learning. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Sandy. Real quick comment on your point about staff resources. That, as you know, the agenda today does hopefully tie together our last topic after we've run through these three other agenda topics, is to talk about a question of priorities, in large part to try and figure out if there's a sense of how to focus limited staff resources. So I know there's another approach, which is adding staff resources, but this, we'll come back to that issue of staff resources at the end here.
Got it.
Mike?
Right, okay, here I go. Got a number of notes, most of which are a lack of historical knowledge. But if I look at this, it basically tells me that we like what we're doing and where we're going and how we're getting there, for the most part. It also tells me that, at least under environmental, that we're aiming towards more stewardship activities. In other words, taking our properties, whether they're easements or not, and doing something with them versus limited resources being spent in property acquisition. Also, and I'm not sure, this is just cold reading and listening to everybody. It also tells me that in terms of acquisition, we're looking for larger properties and larger landscapes versus small little ones. And that, it seems, requires a real good relationship with the Preservation Trust, who have been part of our big acquisitions in the past. And based on comments we talked about a week ago, you know, is that important for us to flush out in the future and determine reliability and strategic relationship, et cetera. And then the last thing I have is, when I look at all the things that we talked about on the Planning Commission, most of them were around rural, most of them were around crowding, housing, et cetera. And those are the important things to a lot of people when it came to what are we doing with our land. And I'm wondering, particularly when I look at agriculture, is it legal? Is it okay to, for example, do an easement on an ag land, or let's say something, now this may not be politically doable, but let's say we did a easement, historical easement on brickworks. Can we require the Ag Guild to use those funds in a certain way that enhances some of the things that we'd like to see done with agricultural land? Because, you know, there's a lack of funding in ag. I mean, it's tough to make a living. And so there's not a lot of ability to do some big, important things. And ag is very important to our community. Could we link it that way? In other words, we're not doing it, but we're providing the funds through an easement that then we require to be spent, you know, on particular issues. And it could be emergency food preparation. I mean, it could be things that are really important that aren't necessarily ag related, but they're culture, their quality of life related, their health related, et cetera. So that's all I have. I maybe some of those things aren't, maybe they're naive, I don't know. But anyway, that's all I have. Thanks. Yeah.
Mike, that's pretty darn good for 3 hours. You can tell your background of civic engagements comes through really clearly. Thank you. But let's see if we have other commissioners want to comment on this. I think both Sandy and Mike have provided nice sort of what does this mean at the high level statements, and others may have different reactions or sort of reacting to what Sandy and Mike have put out there as their takeaways from this would be great. I see Sandy, you got your hand, is it hand up? No, that was from last time. Oh,
No, it's this time, but I recognize I'm at the end of the pile, so.
all right, I'll come back to you. So there aren't other hands up at the moment, so I'm gonna do what I said and just start calling on some commissioners here. So Brian, just because you smiled when I said that, I'm gonna call on you.
Okay, I'll try not to do that anymore. Well, I agree with everything that's been said. And I guess that I would generalize as I think I did in my chat comment, that we are looking at and in the middle of a probably gradual transition from land acquisition mode into land operation and management mode. And I think that that's okay. There's still a lot to do in acquisition, still a lot of land that needs to be protected because there's a lot more development is coming to the islands. And I think that that was our first and still one of our most important jobs. But as we get more land, it places more demands on us, what to do with that. So I agree with what's been said before. I certainly agree with more active management in terms of stewardship and restoration. I think that's a priority. But I guess I'd like to speak to one thing that's kind of been given short shrift, I think, in the conversation so far, is the public access aspect of our land. Not only do we depend on the public for continued support, but the public really depends on us for access to our and its public lands. I think that that's important. And I think that it really places a management burden on us in terms of staff and in terms of money. So I would support that as much as environmental restoration and stewardship. I think that they go hand in hand, and we always have to figure out the balance. And then I want to go back to something that Mike just said about agriculture, which I think was a really good point, but I'd like to take it and apply it to the other stuff, and particularly stewardship and public access. We have on this list a lot of potentially competing demands, and they're all good. So the question is, can we do them all? So Mike suggested that, while we have a good mandate in preserving farmland, we don't necessarily need to be the farmers ourselves. And I think that we've just discovered that through the long Caufelt process. I think that the same thing applies, well, at least to public access and low intensity recreation. I think that we need to decide at some point, is the land bank a stewardship and a land acquisition organization, or are we a park district? Can we be both, or is that somebody else? The end.
Let me see if I'm reading between the lines, Brian. Let me see if I'm doing it correctly. Given you said build off Mike's suggestion around the ag easement, it sounds to me like you're suggesting, in your view, the answer to the question about being a parks district is that the land bank should be partnering with organizations to provide those functions as opposed to doing it themselves. Am I understanding between the lines correctly or not?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I think that that's one choice, that's one option. But all I'm saying is that I think in trying to balance those things and discovering maybe we can't do anything unless we grow both financially and in terms of staff. we have to make that choice at some point. Partnering is one way to do it.
Thanks. Let's see, I'll just give you a heads up here. I think I'll call on Krista, Jim, David, Miles.
Okay. Well, I don't really have much to add. I guess I have a bunch of kind of disjointed thoughts here, but I did grab my manual and I didn't pull out the regs, but I pulled out the San Juan history. There was a history document in here. And I think just commenting on what Lincoln said, I think the land bank and what I learned when I first joined the commission was the land bank and land banks were created to try to address the problem of development and loss of quality of life in an area using taxing the event or the process that was having the impact. So taxing real estate sales, people coming in and acquiring properties and developing them. And the thought was we will tax that event and use that money to acquire properties in preservation and conservation so that those views, as he was saying, that scenic, what do they call it, scenic and aesthetic, that was actually, it sounded like a primary mover for the initial start of the land bank. And then it does go on, it talks about maintaining trails and whatnot. So I just wanted to say that particular component was actually what got us here. And I think it will stay a constant, but I just don't want to let it take a lower priority over all these others. So that's one comment I have. And then in terms of just to speak to what Brian was saying about public access, I think I'm going to just disagree gently with that, because looking at, not that we shouldn't allow public access, but looking back at the Polis summaries, thank you, Sandy, for that summary sheet. It seems even between the two groups, A and B, the overall scores, there's a consistent yes for acquisition, but neither group seemed to support buying accessible beachfront property for public access becoming a priority. Both those groups said no, they didn't want that. And they also said no-ish, they kind of agreed 50-50. When planning future uses for the preserves, the land bank should prioritize habitat protection over public access. And they both said yes to that. Wasn't a great mandate, but it was big enough. So I kind of think that there is a sense, even for the people who think the land bank, or they're less supportive of us, acquisition continues to be a priority for people, and public access, at least in the people that answered this poll, they'd like it, but I don't think it's how they're prioritizing what we're doing. That was just my observation. And in terms of how the mandates have changed, I think I wouldn't disagree with anything here. I think the cultural one kind of keeps coming to the top for me. When I thought of cultural work, I still keep going back to indigenous peoples, not so much indigenous plants and food, but actually the people, the history and the culture that has existed there before. And I think, as we've said in past meetings, it's a very tricky relationship to work on and develop, super challenging, but I think I feel like that I'm not against the food and the plants. We should grow some of those too, but I think I would like to see a priority or an effort really made to help facilitate the building of those relationships, because we are acquiring lands that are culturally sensitive. And I think we could do better in that. It's a tough thing though. That's all.
Thanks, Krista. Jim?
Thanks. My overall impression, and this has been my impression of the mandate since I came onto the Land Bank Commission, is that the first area of or value is environmental, and I would argue that we're never going to change this mandate because it is essentially written in stone, but environmental tends to, in my mind, cover all of these other values. When you look at it as a whole, in the sense that, you know, the agricultural activities are part of our environmental values, aesthetic and scenic aspects are part of our environmental values, cultural, certainly scientific and potable water. Of course, it's already been suggested that those kind of could be under the heading of environmental. You know, our environment is you know, all encompassing. It's everything around us and what we make of it. And we're in a position to I think we're in a position going forward to focus more on this environmental overarching value, in that you know, we want to incorporate climate change in our thinking more and more, and we want to incorporate newer science, and I think that the notion of focusing on larger intact landscapes, and then with the public aspect, allowing people to be out there in that environment. So I guess I sort of, rather than spreading things out like they are so spread out in the mandate, I think going forward we need to focus on that first word of environmental values. That's kind of where I'm at. You know, break it down to basics.
Thanks, Jim. David, Miles, and then I don't know, Sandy, if you have a comment. I see Mike also has a comment. David?
I'm sitting here trying to think if I have anything insightful or profound to say, but I want to reflect a couple of things I've heard. And what Krista just said, I think is really important, which is that we talk a lot about public access in our conversations, but it's not all that clear that a large percentage of the public is as focused on it. And I think we have to be mindful of that. I personally really like public access to public land because I'm a hiker and a mountain biker, and that's something that I really value. But it's not clear to me that that's that important to the majority of our constituents. So when we talk about acquisitions and we talk about where our mandate is headed, and you know, what our public image is, I mean, every single person posed, you know, answered the first question like by identifying a challenge. Nobody said what they're proud of. Everybody said what the challenge is. And a lot of it's about identity. So I'll echo what Mike said. We like where we are. We kind of like where we're going. There's not an urgent problem, I don't think, anywhere. But I don't know. We talk about public access. We were talking about Higgins last time in the meeting, and it became clear to me that there's probably a lot of stewardship requirements there if that's open to the public. And how do we meet that? What are we going to do? So yeah, I don't know. That I'm not sure what I'm saying, but I guess I feel like there's a lot of good ideas that are floating around here, and distilling them down into strategies is what we got to do moving forward. That's kind of all I got.
All right, thanks, David. Miles?
Yeah, well, having had the advantage of speaking last, I can say that most of it's been covered.
We'll make you first next time.
No, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good introduction to the rest of the discussion, because a lot of what we'll be talking about is how, emphasis on aspects of each of these areas. So it's a good introduction just to put everything in context. One of the questions on the agenda was about, why has it changed, and how should it change it going forward. I guess I think a lot of these, it's about the growth of the land bank, both physically as the number of easements and preserves grow, but then also what our goals are growing too. So how we manage those, and a lot of these I think could be seen as independent of each other, which means that each one's going to require more resources, but thinking about how to grow so that, they're more complementary, like protecting sources of potable water, how we can wrap environmental objectives into that at the same time, or ag at the same time, to kind of have things complement each other and achieve the same goal without having to increase our resources in direct proportion to that. So that's my own thought.
Okay. Sandy, did you want to comment? And then Mike had his hand up earlier too. Sandy?
Yes, so this kind of dovetails a little bit off of what Mike said when he posed the idea of the historic easement with a direction of how funds could be used to further a goal that we have that we don't want to manage specifically. And I have been thinking about this in terms of us. I would like to see us get involved in not just be in our silo, looking at our acquisitions and what we want to do with lands, but I feel like we need to integrate with, for example, Opalco. We coordinated with them on the turtleback so that it was a win-win. So now Opalco is going to be doing community solar. Could we be a partner in figuring out, well, really, you shouldn't do solar on that land. Those are high priority soils. This is what it looks like as we have it mapped out. This would be a better area for you to do it. Or here's the latest technology if you're going to do it, how you can have pollinator gardens and all this kind of thing. They're going to be marching forward with projects that have to happen in order to get where we need to go. But is there a role for the land bank to play? Maybe it's a conservation district, but I'm concerned that we have different departments doing different things, and perhaps even though we don't own that land that they're going to do the project, it still furthers our goals to help protect areas. Protecting areas could be a conservation easement, it could be owning it, but it could also be through education and shaping how lands get used from a zoning perspective, and this example I'm using with Opalco. So I just want us to be able to, and maybe we talk about it later, but to think out of the box a little bit on how the land bank can help influence land use in the county that ends up dovetailing with our objectives without us spending money on acquisitions or stewardship.
Thanks, Sandy. Mike?
Yeah, I don't really have anything. Actually, I pulled my hand down because most has been covered, although I really like what Sandy said near the end there. I think they're, instead of a sort of a set and forget, buying and let it grass grow, being really creative about how we can influence activities consistent with our mandate of other organizations and other groups that have a similar objective. So anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
Well, this is a great start to the conversation, as often happens. There's some common themes, and then there are some areas where you all have different perspectives. I'll try and do just a real quick summary so that we can then move on to the next topic, which Krista started us down this path, looking at sort of what the community survey means. But I was making some notes as you all were talking, and it sounds like a number of you, not everyone said this, but a number of you, sort of the phrases that stuck out for me, a number of you were saying, Sandy's point, moving from the kind of more passive and opportunistic to the more strategic and active. And there are lots of different meanings for that, both in terms of acquisitions and stewardships and partnerships. Mike's comment resonated with a number of folks. We like what we're doing, and we like the directions that were suggested by Lincoln's initial presentation. And sort of gradually, I think this was Brian's point, gradually making a transition from acquisition to more active management and stewardship of lands. And then there were issues that others raised about the importance of public access, the importance of cultural acquisitions and relationships and partnerships, both for agriculture, but for other organizations that could support these values, but not have you be as active in either the acquisition or stewardship realm for your staff, but supporting other organizations who can help promote these values. Not the most articulate of summaries, but those sort of my takeaways. Anybody else have a takeaway from this conversation that they want to suggest they heard come out of this before we move on? Okay, and Tanya and I collaborate on the notes, and I'll commit to doing a better job of summarizing the conversation in writing and let you all take a look at that and comment on it. Okay, thank you. Sets the table well for the next couple of conversations. The other piece of background that we wanted to touch on is what you learned and took away from the community surveys. And Sandy did a really nice summary for you all on the Polis survey. We referenced in the agenda the Confluence survey, which I think Lincoln, the board, the commission has been briefed on. And so let me pause. Sandy is asking if maybe we take a 5-minute break. I think that would be much appreciated for a number of us. So let's do that. Take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and talk about the surveys that you guys have had access to. Study. So maybe Lincoln, you can refresh folks' memory, and Sandy, just maybe those who didn't have a chance to look through your summary, you could do an overview of that after Lincoln describes the Confluence study, and then we can talk about what they mean.
All right, all will be revealed. The Confluence study was something that's the name of the consulting firm, basically. So it's not like some thematic event there. This was the group that did a couple of surveys back in 2018, 2019 looking at people's attitudes around natural areas and crowding and tourism and things along those lines. So the second one they did was of residents. And it is a statistically significant survey. Obviously, a lot's changed since then, but I think a lot of it still holds true. So what I was going to do was just show you a few of those slides to give you a sense of what community members identified as being important to them in particular. So I will do that. All right, so this is one of the key things they identified across the islands, really. Just asking people the question about what their reasons were for living on the islands. And as you can see, this is a broad spectrum of things. And nature figures really prominently into this. So of the top, 7, 4 of them are really natural oriented things, natural rural scenery, hiking in various contexts, looking at marine wildlife, hiking again, forest hiking. So it's pretty clear that these are some of the things that are extremely important to people who are actually living here. I've been a little questioning of the friendliness of residents one myself, but sorry, that's a little inside joke, more of a San Juan type joke. But anyway, another question that came up was appropriate levels of public land. And so here's the result of that question. Do we have enough public land? And so you've got both residents and businesses answering that question with a clear majority feeling like there's too little public land, and very, very few people saying there's too much public land. And lastly, this question is really about what actions you can take to deal, and this was mostly around the question of tourism. How do you deal with the issues that we're facing? And so some of the key ones here are pretty closely linked to us. One, I will say, kind of contrasts with results we got from the Polis survey, in that this issue of trails and bike paths is very, very strong, particularly I would say with the bike path part of it. And that kind of cuts both ways. One, people want bike paths to bicycle on, and two, they want them so that they don't have to worry about bicyclists when they're driving their car. But those were very strong results. More pertinent to us in terms of land acquisition, those two toward the middle with 60, almost 60 and over 60% support for acquiring all types of properties, basically. So those are strong numbers. And I don't have any reason to think these have shifted considerably. If anything, I would say during the pandemic, it's probably gotten stronger as we've had more and more people out there using public lands. It's been, there's just a lot more interest in them, and people who I used to know or used to hear from who would say things like, no one will ever go on a trail. Well, you run into them out there on the preserve now. So pretty interesting results. And then I'm going to stop there and let Sandy maybe pull up what she did. I kind of went on a parallel track with Sandy on the polis.
Lincoln, you probably already prepared.
I do have some slides, so I can.
You
I
go
can
ahead
back.
and you run with it.
I think, but before either of you pull something up, Lincoln, just in terms of methodology, the Confluent survey was a survey of residents, not who volunteered to take the survey, but a random sample survey. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they did a mail survey with a number of follow-ups and got a high response rate from that. And I can't remember the numbers of respondents, but it was all statistically significant down to the island level.
Okay.
So that's probably the best information we've got, even though none of those questions were specifically about the land bank per se. It was much more about public land, people's use of public land, people's perception of problems with tourism, those kinds of things. But those results will hold up. So in my parallel track to what Sandy did, I looked at, and I don't know, can you see the top? I've always been curious. I've got the bar across the top that says I'm sharing. Can you see where it says the heading there? Or is that covered for you all too?
Key phrases is what shows up on my screen.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Great. Because I can't see that on mine. And I just always wondered when I put this up, what are they seeing? So one of the things that struck me about this survey was some of the language that was used in these statements, because these were generated partly as seed statements, but a lot of these were also generated by the public or by others as the survey progressed. And so I think it's kind of important just to look at some of those words that people are using, because it conveys a certain sense of what's important to them. And a lot of this, if you look through it, you've got words like the 7 generations and magic and lucky and saving the last best places, maintaining quality of life, slowing down rampant development. I mean, those are clear attitudes that emerge here. A lot of them, though, like pure preservation, that's an emotional thing, frankly. So I put this up there because I think it's important not to discount that element when we're thinking about what the community is feeling, and what they're in favor of or not in favor of. So I just threw this up there. It serves a couple of different purposes. One, just that kind of linguistic element, I think, is important to keep in mind, but also this is a general sense off of the Polis survey of how people feel about the land bank overall. And it's pretty positive, as you can see, with a lot of these being supermajority agreement. You know, even the group that's identified as being pretty negative on us agree with a lot of these statements, all the way until you get over into that second column where it starts to shift. And that renewal question is the one where it really starts to shift. Even there, you know, you've got a 78% approval rating. And those numbers are fairly similar as you work your way down, but the negative group definitely starts to emerge there with those.
So the first set of numbers is the total who responded, and then the group A, I think, was referred to as the second row, and the third row is the group B, those most negative towards the land bank. That's
right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, John, we've all kind of gone over this, so.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
assume
yeah,
everybody
yeah.
knows what the deal is. So second one and third one really around acquisition priorities and management priorities, and why we should be doing acquisition. So clearly, protecting land for native plants and animals, ecosystem health, habitat protection, those kinds of things rank very, very high. And specific uses rank significantly lower, like the mountain biking, where it should remain a minor component, or the equestrian use, which is definitely a big split and mostly negative about equestrian use. I did want to touch on that beach access question, which was split, and I'm going to offer a possible rationale for why that was split, because it's something that we've talked about for years and years and years on the Land Bank Commission and in meetings, that this issue is very Orcas centric, and not so much on San Juan and Lopez. So I guess, and the survey wasn't, there's not enough responses really to break it down by island, but my guess is that number on increasing beach access is going to be a lot stronger on Orcas than the other islands. Even so, people were fairly favorable toward it. So another one, the one at the bottom, and you see the hunting one, people are not so thrilled about allowing more hunting. But the one at the bottom is an interesting one for us, because if we think about what it means to focus on the environmental portion of the mission, to focus on climate change and what you would do to try and address or strengthen our ability to withstand climate change, a lot of that comes down to conservation of resilient landscapes. And that means larger landscapes. We do have information about which ones appear to be most resilient. That's kind of our most intact, most contiguous forest areas. And so if you are really focusing on that element and trying to achieve something there, this notion of expanding and connecting existing preserves really is something that you should be stressing. However, the community is not on board with that, according to this. And I think what's going on here is, I mean, I'm guessing really, but my feeling is that people answering this question don't, they want to see preserves near where they live, basically. And they don't want to see limitation on acquisitions, or, okay, we're going to put all our money into expanding Turtleback or some preserve on some other island. Rather, I think people are wanting more acquisitions that are relevant to them. But that's just kind of a guess, frankly. So this is just something for us to think about as we contemplate how to prioritize acquisitions.
One other quick thought on that one, Lincoln.
Sure.
I was curious when I read this, how the response would change if the question was framed the way you just did verbally around the value to climate change response versus the way it's framed here.
Right.
Let's see, Krista, you have a
Well, just a quick comment on that, and it's a theme that topic that I would bring up later anyway. But on that particular question, there's a huge uncertain. The unsure percentage is like 35%, 34 and 39%. People, there are a number of people that weren't sure. And I see that coming up in a couple different questions where I see opportunities for us to be disseminating information and sharing and making, educating so people understand what it is we're doing. The other one, like our ecological restoration and management, I think was one that you looked at, Lincoln, and that one also had a high percentage of people just not being sure. So I think as we go through these, we should be looking at those particular questions that have a high uncertainty, especially with both groups, as potential areas for education and improvement in communicating to people what we're actually doing.
Right. So this is the other one that you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. So that's, that's a pretty high percentage. 30% of the people who like us that weren't sure. So.
Right.
Lincoln, run through these last ones quickly because Jim
Sure.
and David also have comments. So let's just do those quickly.
Yeah, so this is just more on the management side and what people are thinking in terms of our approach and what's important. So you can see the phrases that are used. Maintenance of wetlands, soil health, ecological enhancement and restoration, reducing wildfire risk, rewilding agricultural land. That was an interesting one. Habitats, really restoring historic habitats like old growth and oak savannas, pretty strong. And restoring farmed areas to native habitat, kind of again. On the other hand, not converting agricultural land to recreational uses. That one, there was a lot of uncertainty, as you can see there, but fairly clear result also. So that's what I've got. Sandy broke this down differently than I did. So I don't know if you want to just touch on that.
Actually, I think I broke it down almost exactly the same way you did in terms of grouping the statements that had the largest response rate, big levels of consensus, and picking the ones that had to do with acquisition and stewardship management that were pertinent for today. So I think we came up with the same. Had I known you were doing that, I wouldn't. I'd have done it, but no, we came to the same conclusions.
So I'll go to Jim and David, but let me just pose a question for all of you to be thinking about, which is, what do you take from this set of data and information? What are your takeaways? What do you think it means for how you're doing work and how you should be doing work? Jim and then David.
I've brought this up before, and probably a long time ago, as something that guides my thinking with regards to the land bank, and probably was one of the things that drew me to the land bank and the mission, or what's it all about. And I'm going to go back again to what I think we should be focusing on with the mandate, and that is that first word of the environmental values. And as I said earlier, I think that could pretty much be an overarching, cover value for all the other values in the mandate. And what I refer to is a letter called, I think it's called the Wilderness Letter, and it's by a well-known and well-respected and loved writer named Wallace Stegner. And it's the last two sentences in this letter, which is a beautiful letter. You should read it sometime if you haven't. And it is this, that I'm going to quote the last two sentences. We simply need that wild country available to us, even if we never do more than drive to its edge and look in. For it can be a means of reassuring ourselves of our sanity as creatures, a part of the geography of hope. And that just makes me get goosebumps when I read that. Because that's really, I think, what needs to guide us in terms of climate change and resiliency and what the values are in this community. And I think that all of these responses to the survey, I think, and all this discussion that's been happening gets us back to this one guiding principle, is that we are trying to do what we can to create this this sanity, this wild country, and even if people can't walk in it, they can at least look at it or look over it or look through it. And again, this is sort of my guiding principle to what we do and what we should be doing going forward.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for the reading. David?
Yeah, my comment was just going back to Lincoln's data on the Polis survey, and Krista was pointing out that a number of people weren't sure on some questions, and I was looking at the number of people who just didn't even respond to some of those questions. And on that question about integrating, whether it's important to create new preserves or link them, there were 80 people that didn't even answer the question. And there were similar other questions where people just didn't answer. There was one about equestrian use, and only 55 people bothered to express anything on it. So.
Yeah, and Lincoln, I think I'm stating this correctly. I don't know that this can be characterized as a statistically valid random sampled survey. So this is, you guys have limited sources of information about what the public writ large thinks about you and your work. This is just one piece of information to be taken with a grain of salt, because it isn't random sample statistically valid. Sandy and then Miles.
So I just wanted to say that the conclusion that I'm drawing from both of these surveys, along with things like what Jim just read, and the half of all land must be saved, and 30 by 30, and all of these things are, as much as we say, well, we've acquired this and now we're shifting towards resources and stewardship, we have a lot more acquisition that we have to do. Somehow we have to still be locking down a lot more land, even if we don't know what we're going to do with it or how we're going to stewardship. We need to lock it down. There's time is ticking. We have several clocks ticking. One is development, and the other is climate crisis. It's not even a change, it's a crisis. So tick tock, and we need to lock. So that's all. Got a lot more acquisition to do.
Thanks. Miles?
Yeah, so I want to just second what you said, John, about taking the survey with a little bit of a, balance it out, that this is not a survey of every islander, and that surveys in general can be sometimes misleading. I would say, as a whole, as far as, I'm glad that we were able to take into consideration what the public has to say about the land bank and preserves and natural areas. I do think that if we're moving forward, defining, we're never going to make everybody happy. I was doing a project with trees on north of East Sound that are in the public right of way, and I was measuring them and making recommendations whether they should come down because they're a risk or they should stay. 1 minute somebody goes by and says, "Oh, I love this tree. I've been walking by it for years. I hope it stays here forever." And 2 minutes later, somebody walks by and says, "Are you going to take that down tomorrow?" So we're never going to make everybody happy. And I think I am 100% behind what Krista says about when with the main tool, I think the main advantage of this tool is to see where people are lacking information, where they have that indecision. And that's our opportunity to step in and lead people with education and information. And so we don't necessarily need to chase down every thought that the public has, but rather we can be a leader too, and saying, we think, these are important topic issues. Here's information, here's what we're doing. And then we can kind of lead public support as well. So that's my thoughts about that.
Miles, what were there elements of what Lincoln just ran through in both surveys, which just didn't square when you said you would agree about, not taking this, particularly the POLA survey as gospel, but were there particular areas that didn't seem to square with sort of your sense of what the community interest is?
Well, I think some of the wording is the way that it's worded, so, and this it's about, it makes it sound like it's an either or choice between things. So should we expand our existing preserves or prioritize buying new ones? We're going to do both. They're not really, just because we get a new preserve doesn't mean that we're going to sell turtleback. So, I think some of it was just the wording is, it's surveys, it's very hard to have a neutral statement in a survey. And again, I think it's a biased survey, or if it's not biased, at least it's skewed towards people that either feel very strongly one way or the other. It kind of leaves out a lot of the middle group. That's just the nature of this type of survey. So I don't know that there's specific issues that I think I would say that in my experience, people have different feelings about. I think it's just, there's certain questions that how they're written, and then just overall who's being asked these questions or responding to them, I should say.
Okay, thanks. Mike, and then Aaron H.
Right. So I was curious about whether or not the land bank has prepared a longer term financial plan, sort of a 5-year or 8-year plan that looks at different scenarios. I recall, gosh, I don't know why I know this, but I recall that going back when real estate was in the dumps and presumably our REIT revenue was not so good, and we were concerned about how we were going to steward our existing properties. And now as we begin to talk about how we want to allocate our resources, I mean, it's not an either or, obviously. We're not going to stop doing steward or stop doing acquisition, but how do we allocate those resources, and under what scenarios? What does it look like if the economy drops 10 or 20% and real estate values go down because of war in Europe or some damn thing? I mean, how do we know what our baseline is? We know we have to sustain and steward our properties that we own, and that could be either barely do it or do it with gusto, and that leaves how much left for acquisition, sort of, and maybe I'm not thinking about it, it's acquisition, and then what role does preservation trust play? And because we are trying to make these decisions, and some of them we need to make in the context of our financial resources and potential changes in that. Thanks.
I don't know, Lincoln, if you want to respond to Mike's question about a financial forecast modeling that's been done quickly, and then Aaron, I know, has a comment.
We've gone through a number of different iterations with this over time. Probably it's time for us to revisit this question again, particularly as in the last budget we did, we proposed borrowing from the stewardship endowment to help pay for a potential acquisition on Orcas, which the council went with. It was not uncontroversial, although the council members voted for it. But within county administration, it was definitely kind of a hot button item. And one of the things council does want to do is sit down with the commission or some subgroup of the commission and talk through what those long-term numbers look like. So I think we're set for having another round of this conversation.
Thanks. Aaron?
I just wanted to offer that what I've interpreted from Polis seems pretty much in line with some of the history of the land bank. So some documents that I've looked at said that in 1991, residents placed wetlands and wildlife habitat at the top of the list for conservation significance. And then pulled another one in 2004, when asked about the importance of land acquisition for various purposes, 87% of residents indicated moderate or strong support for wildlife habitat protection and watershed conservation. So I don't know, that just helps me kind of see what the priorities are when there have been larger surveys. And then also in Polis, it said, I think 78% would vote for renewal. And then in 1999, we were passed by 73%. So I don't know, just looking for some consistency there. And I wanted to share that.
Thanks, Aaron. Krista, when you commented earlier, you said you had looked at the Polis data and kind of drawn some thoughts from it. Did you have other thoughts you wanted to describe?
I don't think so. The one I thought it was kind of intriguing, the one that Sandy pointed out at the bottom, the supermajority agreement that both groups, the B, at least over 50%, agreed that it was important for preserving climate resiliency. So I thought that was kind of heartening. But no, I can't say that my biggest takeaway was just looking at the people who didn't know or were unsure and unable to voice an opinion. I think that was my biggest takeaway.
And Brian, anything you want to add to this conversation?
Not really, John, except to say that I share your and Miles' skepticism about the Polis as a valid survey. I think, it's an opportunity that was offered to us for free and we took it. We need to do more and better coming up to REIT. We need to do a statistically valid survey. But having said that, I think we do, I think that there are some general things that we can draw from that survey and it's general support. I think that what Sandy pulled out and the content analysis that Lincoln just shared are very valuable. And they're kind of a starting point on what matters to people and where we need to go in terms of education and outreach.
So I guess my summary on this conversation is framed a little bit more in the negative, as in what I didn't hear you say. I mean, none of you said that you took the results of both sets of survey as an indication that you should be changing your work, changing your priorities. Nobody is drawing those kind of conclusions. Several of you see some opportunities here, some opportunities around public education, some opportunities around trying to understand better what where there's a lot of undecideds, people who either didn't vote or said they weren't sure, a sort of a yes or a no, they didn't know which way to go, that there's opportunity there for education. Sandy, did you have other takeaways from this conversation?
I just wanted to, you said that neither of these surveys really indicated a change in direction and I wanted to go back to what Krista said, and Aaron touched on it as well. And that is, I get concerned that we sometimes are looking at properties with a primary or very high emphasis on public access. Like if we had two property, and I think that even though hiking is important, we're not taking away the hiking trails that we have, and we probably are going to add more hiking trails. So that's not an either or situation, same thing. But we, as far as limited resources, as we're going to talk about priorities, public access projects and all the management that's involved in that versus ecological restoration and habitat enhancement. So I think that those surveys do point to more emphasis on taking care of the land first and foremost. Yes, allowing public access, but not disproportionately putting our resources into that.
Okay. I guess just a quick comment or reaction. I think your summary of the POLA survey and what those results suggested about public access are exactly right. I heard Lincoln describe that Confluent survey a little bit differently than the POLA survey, in that there seemed to be a lot of interest on trails and hiking and bicycles. So a little bit different results from the two surveys was my takeaway. I don't know if you saw that differently.
Just to point out, the POLIS survey was land bank specific. What should land bank be focusing on and putting resources?
Yeah.
The other survey was broader about what's drawing you here, what activities do you like to do, that type of thing. So that's the difference between the two.
Yeah, good point. Well, this sort of this fundamental, I don't want to call it a tension, that's not quite the right word, but this whether emphasis sort of tips towards the environmental protection side of the spectrum or the public use and passive recreation side of the spectrum is a balancing act I think we've talked about almost every year, Lincoln or Jim, those of you that have been around the longest. And it shows up here again in this conversation. What's the right balance? How far do you tip one direction or another? I think nobody is saying we do exclusively one or the other, but looking for the balance is what I think is the magic sauce here. And some of you tip a little heavier one direction than the other, but that's where I think you are as a group. Brian, Jim, and then we'll take a break.
John, I just wanted to say thank you for that statement. I have never been in a place where that tension didn't exist. And it's okay, that's part of it. I would caution against placing those two values in opposition.
Yeah.
There is as you correctly said, there is a balancing act always, but it's not an either or. It's a both end, and I think that we're doing a good job.
Thanks, Brian. Jim?
I think it's less of a balancing act than an act of evolving interpretation. I mean, here I am looking at this one sheet where Lincoln wants us to rank different types of acquisitions by the words in our mandate, and I'm going to repeat myself. Done that before, but I'm going to repeat myself in saying that I think our evolving interpretation of our mandate now is one where we need to put that first word, environmental, to its highest use, so to speak, and everything else fall in line under that. Yeah, that's it. That's what I think.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and have some conversation about climate change. So by my watch, that's about 11:08. And we will see you then. Great. So the next topic is another big one, which is the land bank's role in addressing climate change. And Lincoln sent out a one-pager. Lincoln, you want to introduce this topic as well?
Sure, why not? Yes, so you've seen that one pager before, and I think I pulled that together just as an example of things that we have been doing, can do as this topic arises. With the first being to stress acquisition of high quality natural areas or resilient areas. And then going from there into active forest management and maintaining the soil resource as we look across our properties and the types of ownership that we have. One of my reasons for pulling that together was that I think there is a strong tendency to go right to step 2, which is, okay, what properties do we own and what's wrong with them that we might go after fixing? But I think it's important to remember that acquiring properties can be as or even more important than doing a high level of active management on them, for the simple reason that you're going to have a lot more problems from a climate perspective and from the risks that are posed by climate change, in particular fire, but other things as well. The risks are much higher if you have scattered development throughout areas. So for every parcel that you might have in the middle of a contiguous forested area, you've got risks associated with the development of that parcel. And that's just multiplied it for every one of those you have. As opposed to undeveloped property, which even though it may not be in spectacular condition, it may be the trees may be overcrowded, you aren't going to have the level of activity and I would say, I mean, every homestead that goes in, there's going to be a lot of disturbance that happens one way or the other. So if you're thinking about fire risk and you look at ignition sources in the islands, you know, overwhelmingly, all of these ignition sources are coming off of private properties, not off of public lands. And you hear people say, well, you know, I'm concerned about the land bank and fire risk. Well, okay, if you had 5 neighbors next to you, your fire risk is going to be exponentially worse, even though we may not be doing everything you want us to do. So that was my rationale for including that. And And yet it's fairly clear that we have a lot of work to do on the properties that we own, as do our partners who have conservation lands. And so getting a handle on that will be critical too. Same conversation we have across the board, even without thinking about climate change. How much can we actually spend? How much money can we find to do acquisitions? How much money can we find to do stewardship activities? And increasingly, if we're going to do hundreds of acres of restoration activities, as opposed to the kind of acre here, 2 acre there that we've been doing, the costs are going to be just phenomenal. So we're going to have to figure out how to do it. I would say similarly to the acquisition picture, where we can't do that on our own. We have to figure out how to leverage our resources so that we get other public or private money for acquisitions. I think we're going to be in the same boat really for active management. So that's my framing of the conversation. I will say that stewardship staff have circulated a table on specific actions around climate change. I didn't bring that forward because I think it's pretty complicated and a lot of information to absorb. So I think that's something that we can come back to at a time down the road. But there definitely are a lot of specific things we could be focused on.
So our questions on the agenda are pretty high level and broad. What role, if any, should the land bank be playing in addressing climate change? Lincoln laid out different approaches to addressing climate change: acquisition, management of existing forests to make them more resilient to climate change. So what would be most effective approaches to addressing climate change? And in your thinking about the role of the land bank, does that suggest doing work differently than what you're doing now? Doug, you're gonna get the group started?
I'm kind of going back a little bit. I just wanted to emphasize in the acquisition side of things that I see 2 different but related things. One is kind of protecting existing values, whether that is large areas or these, either rare species or things that might be well adapted going into a warmer climate. But the other thing is, you've seen slides that Lincoln has put up in the past from Nature Conservancy, Resilient Lands work, which is actually looking to an uncertain future where we don't understand all of the changes that are going to happen. And so it asks the question of what are enduring features in the landscape that give the capacity for biodiversity. And so it's just a little different shift of trying to strip away our current biases to look at an uncertain future. And I think that modeling and thinking is important for us in terms of acquisitions, not just looking at current conditions.
Could you give an example of what that would mean or look like?
I can put up that slide that Doug's talking about from the Nature Conservancy study.
Yeah, it's a series of different things that they look at to arrive at these. Rather than just connectivity, they look at landscape permeability, which is the ability for things to actually move across the landscape. Things may be connected, but they may not be able to get from one place to another, say, because of a cliff or something like that. It looks at soil types and the diversity of soils that a site might have. It looks at topography, elevation, and slope aspect and slope steepness. Those are all some of the varying qualities that are looked at. It's great that we keep coming back and talking about wetlands. There's a tendency in conservation to have biases towards rocky properties because of the human aspect, where we like to get up on top of things and look out. And when we've done some analyses of, right there, the slide that Lincoln has up, it shows a little bit older conservation sort of mapping of properties across the county. And when we looked at that in terms of like soil inventory, we're actually doing pretty well in terms of percentages of what soils are in conservation as compared to what soils are sort of available across the county. So within this map, particularly there, that Lincoln put up, this is resilience density. So it's kind of honing in on the areas that have the greatest sort of return of all of these different qualities wrapped into one another. Moran, pops up because of being a large block of land, but also because of its elevation and aspects there. Versus on San Juan, it's a combination of slopes and then kind of a diversity of soil types that you find in that complex between English Camp and Katy Mountain.
Great. That's helpful. Thank you. Miles?
Yeah. Well, I have a few thoughts about how the land bank can shift focus to be better prepared for climate adaptation. So, I mean, just to really briefly, the context for me is that we're talking about environmental change, where we're gonna have, drier summers, maybe more storms, higher wind events. And so that means that there will be an effect both on habitats, like Doug's talking about. Wetlands are going to be affected because there might be a scarcity of water, less water for those. It also affect individual species. So trees for like Western red cedar, grand fir not doing well with drier conditions. And because of those two, you're going to see a change in the landscape of what's out there. So if we're thinking about how to, our goal really is to preserve natural areas, but for me, it's diversity. So a resilient landscape is one that has a lot of diversity within it. You want redundancy, but diversity is really good too. So that means as far as management, I guess what I'd say, start with acquisitions and thinking about the types of properties that we're acquiring. If it has a very diverse landscape on it, either within the individual property or the property itself contributes to the overall diversity within landscape. So if it complements other properties by contributing to the landscape scale diversity, that's great. And I think that this comes in as far as our acquisition matrix and putting priorities on different types of properties. So I would say for management, I mean, for me personally, wildfire is very popular topic, and it can be very expensive to manage, but it's not the only aspect of managing for dealing with climate change impacts. So I would say that education is probably a big part of something that we should do there, just for letting people know what really is happening and what we're doing and why that's helping it, as opposed to what people's perception is when they see big wildfires in Southern California on television. And then I would say, aside from management, maybe some other options for us are looking at carbon markets. I know I brought this up before. It's come up in land bank discussion. I can't remember what the response was. I think Lincoln had either looked into it or there's some restrictions because of it being public lands. But carbon markets are both a way to increase the value of your existing lands, but also draw attention to what they contribute. So for example, trees on forested lands or soils and ag lands both have carbon storage capacity, carbon sequestration capacity, and bringing attention to that, both for people in the county to recognize the value of those, and also for funding in the future. If we're thinking about how to, put a dollar value on our preserves, it's one way to do that too. So it's an opportunity. Carbon markets might be an opportunity just to think differently about what our actual assets are. So there's just some thoughts I have about climate change and land bank.
Quick question, Miles, when you were talking earlier about diversity as an important aspect of acquisition strategy, were you using diversity in the same way that the Nature Conservancy did in that map that Lincoln and Doug were talking about, or is there a different notion of diversity that you've got?
No, thanks. That's a good question. I think that their scale, their geographic scale, their physical scale is different. I don't know what, if just based on the map that Lincoln pulled up, they're looking at it much more of a landscape scale. So you're looking at permeability and connectivity for them, the way that they model it. It's not looking at, we're not talking about a pond that's the size of, a small pool that might be really important for salamanders in somebody's backyard. They're looking at more at a larger level, I think. And and Doug might have more information about this, but my interpretation of diversity doesn't have to be at that landscape level. It can be at very small, and in fact, like habitat heterogeneity at a very fine scale can be really valuable for the preservation of wildlife over time as temperatures change, because they have the ability to move within, I don't know, there's a whole science behind it. But anyways, so to answer your question, I would say I'm talking about something slightly different than that map that the Nature Conservancy has.
Thanks. Who else would like to weigh in on the role of the land bank in addressing climate change? What should the role be? Does it suggest changes to how you do your work? Sandy?
So I think Lincoln laid out a very good case for acquiring new forest lands, particularly, I think, as being one of the most important things we can do, even beyond enhancing other properties. The other part of that that he didn't talk about, or I think he inferred in terms of if we leave it sit and then it gets developed, that's it forever. So we have a kind of a narrow window of opportunity to lock down more properties, and then we have infinite time in the future to be working on those properties. But if we don't get the opportunity to protect them, then that's gone. And you're right, there's a myriad of effects of development. It could be nighttime lighting, fire risk, all these things. So I think where I'm shifting throughout this discussion is definitely to continue a big emphasis on acquisitions, and as we're talking about the balance between the two. The other thing that I like that Doug brought up, I went to the Nature Conservancy website on resiliency, and they have all these very cool tools. So I'm glad we're using it. And so I think being more strategic and less opportunistic would be important to do. Let's see here. Then I just wanted to And then there's a couple other things. I would like to see a climate change section on our website sometime in the year or two. Something that talks about climate change, but then explains what we're kind of what we're talking about today, how important the land bank is to climate change. So I think that would be important. So the communication aspect of it keeps getting important. Then I wanted to say I went to the Land Trust Alliance website and some of those larger organizations to see what they are promoting to do in terms of for land trust to focus on for climate change. And one of the things has to do with what I brought about earlier with Opalco, and it says, I'll read you a little excerpt. Land trust can protect as much land as possible, but if they do not address climate change, in particular eliminating greenhouse gas emissions in part through the transition to clean renewable energy, those conservation investments in lands and waters will be jeopardized as the impacts of, okay, blah, blah, blah. So going back to that example I gave of Opalco and them citing their plans to site large solar arrays, I think that we should be part of that conversation. You know, Opalco it's not a for-profit company. We all own Opalco. So it's not that we're helping a for-profit company. This has to do with all of us. And so we could have the expertise to help site those, not just the land, but where on the land, whereas they may have designers who are only looking at a specific element. And if we want to maintain rural character, well, maybe we can help them understand that if it's sited here, you'll maintain this view shed. And I don't know that they're thinking of any of that. So I think it's important that we somehow find a role in that. Then just quickly, I wanted to bring up something. I want to talk about what Steve Olvey has brought up at multiple meetings and give an example of how we might be able to help achieve those goals. And what he has brought up is the idea of like on Orcas, having that there needs to be land set aside for community composting, you know, that our landfills are contributing and hauling off. Well, buying land for community composting doesn't really fit within our mandate, but there are other things we can do. And this kind of goes along with what Mike was saying. And I'm just, if I could just find a way. Do I have an ability to just screen share something? And I'll be very quick. I won't hog the whole thing. Do I have ability here?
Tanya?
Did it? I just made you a co-host. Did it come up?
Yeah.
You should be able. Okay.
Tell me what I do quickly.
At the bottom, that should say share screen.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Do you see it? Okay.
Okay. So just very quickly, this isn't about a specific project. It's only an example. This is in the central, in Crow Valley. What I have marked with a C up here is Kaufelt Farm. Down here is Public Works property where the exchange is. And over here is a quarry operation. So there's some disturbed lands around there that potentially eventually could be, whether it's community biochar or compost, community composting. Well, that's not really a property that we would necessarily be looking to purchase. But over here, Public Works has this untouched piece of forest land. And there's this untouched piece here owned by the same people. And so, and this would connect to our forest lands around the Caulfield Farm. So by helping to determine where these things could be sited, by buying land from Public Works and saying, all right, this is going to remain undeveloped, this is going to do this, and then we help keep a contiguous forest, but also end up adding available funds for the purchase of something that is needed for climate change. I just want to throw that out there as a potential opportunity for climate change, something different that we've done than what we've done in the future. And I'm just figuring out how to stop sharing this. Okay.
There should be a little tab up at the top of the screen that says stop share.
Yeah, all right. Well, maybe go ahead and go on to someone else and I'll
Okay.
it's figured out.
Okay. Let's see, Brian and then Jim.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just wanted to second what Sandy just said. First of all, about continuing acquisition, first priority, and second about partnering or at least planning along with other agencies in terms of climate change mitigation strategies. I think that that's something that we need to explore more, and I'd be interested in that. But mostly I wanted to talk about wildfire hazard mitigation because I just had a revelation about that listening to Lincoln's intro on the whole subject. And I wanted to share that. Wildfire hazard mitigation can be or is always a huge undertaking, both in terms of time and effort and dollar expense, as Lincoln pointed out in his little paper. And the first part of any good wildfire mitigation plan is always modeling a risk assessment, which hasn't been done. What I just thought about listening to what Lincoln shared is really how little of the county the land bank's land represents, and probably how little of the risk. When you talk about risk, and the first thing that I think you need to think about is risk to human lives and human property, homes. And my guess is that the land bank property poses fairly little risk to human values. So if you think about a risk analysis for wildfire, I think that really has to be done on a county level, and it has to be initiated by the county government. Whether that's likely to happen, I don't know, is anybody's guess, but really I think that we have a very small role to play in that. In terms of our own properties, I think a risk assessment is something a little different. We want to look at just those environmental values that we've been talking about and really decide which of those values and which of those areas in land bank properties are most at risk and most valuable to save and restore. So it's a different kind of a risk assessment, but that needs to be done before we do any wildfire mitigation. anyway, my main takeaway from what Lincoln said in his introduction is that it really reduces the role of wildfire and fuels management that we have on our properties, and it reduces our potential, cost and obligations, which is good, I think. So as focus more on other things. Just of note, the other part of that is that fuels management in itself has carbon has consequences. Any way you manage fuels contributes carbon and CO2 to the atmosphere. So there's something else to think about.
Jim and David are next in the queue, but Lincoln, did you want to respond to Brian's comment directly? And also there's a chat from Doug about a San Juan County wildfire risk assessment and plan.
Yep. No, it's in tandem with what Doug put up there. That plan has there. We do have a plan, and we've been pushing through the terrestrial managers group to kind of build on that and do more of a forest health analysis. And the conservation district has been taking the lead on that. It has not been going as fast as I would like, but we do have some information out there. It's not like we're starting from square one.
Great.
Thanks. And I'm going to go to Jim and then David, but Doug, if there's anything else you wanted to add about that, please chime in later. Jim?
Brief comment. Our role, as Brian said, our role may be small in this in terms of the number of acres of land that we have either acquired or have easements on. Nevertheless, I think our role is huge in the area of edifying the public. We have a role as a communicator, really. I think we need to, and we've talked about this before, I think everything we do needs to be seen through the lens of climate change. And we need to, that's how we need to frame everything we do, is through the lens of climate change. That is going to, I think that will serve multiple purposes. One of which is to help to in the edification of the public. I think it is also a role we take in terms of our acquisitions. And I mean, bottom line, that's what we need to do, is frame things in terms of climate change. And whether that's adaptation or resilience strategies or whatever, that is where we need to go with this. And I think we can play a huge role. I really do. And I think that is appropriate with our mandate.
Thanks. It's there's overlap there. I know you may have a number of ideas in mind about that communicator role, but there's overlap with Sandy's earlier suggestion about having a place on the website where there is information and description of the land bank's role here. David and then Krista.
So I think everybody agrees that continuing acquisitions is the most basic piece of our role on climate change. The place where I get stuck is in really not having a technical understanding of what we should be doing in terms of active management at a basic level, and how a decision about that would be arrived at. What happens if we do nothing? I mean, I was over on Orcas a couple weeks ago and I looked at what was being done on Turtleback and the forest management stuff there. And I thought, this looks good, this looks important, but I don't really know, like, to what extent do we need to do that kind of thing to avoid being negligent? I don't know that we as a commission are operating out of a whole lot of awareness of that kind of thing. I certainly don't have that information. That is not my professional background or anything like it. So what I would like to know is, where is the bottom line? What do we need to do at a basic level in terms of active management of the properties? Brian, you took the position that we're a small piece of the puzzle and in fire risk management. I just don't agree with that. We own 2 large mountains and people go there, and we need to do what's necessary to protect them that we can reasonably do. I think it's a tremendously hard question. I don't really have any answers, but I feel a big gap in certainly my own knowledge around that. So again, to restate it, I think that acquisition is the single most important thing, but there's management stuff we certainly have to be doing.
I wonder, David, if Brian's other suggestion, which was doing some risk assessment for the land bank itself, not the county as a whole, but the land bank as a whole, whether that is important in your thinking about this topic.
It is. It'd be great if we could access unlimited information about stuff like that. I mean, it normally takes the form of hiring a consultant to prepare a study, and there's a cost and a time associated with that. And so, you know, if I could pull it out of my hat, sure, but how would we accomplish that? Doug McCutcheon's document that he linked looks like it's about 10 years old. It's probably still got a lot of relevance. I don't know how often that is updated, if ever, if that's something that the county is doing on a regular interval, or if that just happened because somebody did it or what. But how do we arrive at a solid technical understanding of what we should do? But that's the question.
I'm gonna ask that Peter jump in here for a minute to talk about the turtleback assessment that we've had done and what we've got in our budget coming up.
Okay, Peter, and then do you mind, Krista, if we jump over you for a minute? Okay, Peter and then Krista.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm going to keep my video off given my track record with bandwidth. So yeah, I just would want to reiterate that to me, acquisition never ends and it's a key thing, and we should by all means pour resources into it. But I think several folks have raised points about you know, our role in fire risk mitigation, et cetera. I mean, I think our perceived role is much larger than our actual role, maybe in that particular element. But I look at forest management as a much broader thing than just fire risk mitigation. But I think the other important thing I wanted to raise before mentioning the turtleback stuff is that, I mean, I think inaction and, you know, ongoing biodiversity loss is a real factor, and that we should be simultaneously building local capacity towards establishing a restoration economy in the islands. And I think that's happening slowly. You know, the ICC crew is an example of that. And I think we'll get more contractors coming online as work in this area increases. So I just think it's an important thing to keep pushing forward gradually, you know, to in order to be able to manage these lands more effectively and larger scales, you know, when the funding arrives. And I think a lot of that funding can be external. But to Lincoln's point, yeah, just at Turtleback, you know, as you all know, we hired Rain Shadow Consulting to develop the forest management plan, and then are using that, I mean, in my mind, essentially as a tool to position ourselves for funding. But we got a little bit of funding for those little demonstration projects that David, I think, took a look at. But, you know, there's a lot more to do there. Costs per acre are all over the place still. And hopefully we'll refine those over time, which will help us, you know, plan for the real costs of all this work. But, you know, I think it is important to do our own forest assessments in it that complement hopefully countywide efforts, because I think we're looking at, you know, a finer grain, you know, a finer scale, and looking at things beyond fire risk mitigation. I don't think I answered your question exactly, Lincoln, but I'll stop there.
Well, just before we go to Krista, Lincoln, anything else you would add to Peter's comments there in response to David?
No, I'm going to hold off for now.
Okay. Krista. Oops, you're on mute.
I don't have much to add here because I want to admit to being ill-equipped to give any answer on this topic. I just don't know enough about it. But so my quick take home, I do feel like my education went up 100%. I understand now acquisition trumps management in climate change. So I feel like that's what Lincoln said. So that's the first solid information I have. But I have a couple questions though. So I'm wondering about, and I think we may have done this, but what it makes me wonder is on our acquisition matrix, do we have a line for climate change now? I just don't have that in front of me, but I'm wondering about that. And I'm wondering about our acquisition radar. When we look every once in a while, Lincoln, you give us an overview of what's on our radar, what we're looking at. And I know we talk about connectivity, but it's usually, or has been largely in the past, just connecting preserves. But I'm wondering in that, as we look at potential acquisitions, have we started, or could we start really identifying the ones that are going to create those packages of resiliency? And then my last question is about conservation easements that we have. Do we have to acquire property to have the greatest control or impact in whatever way we could with climate change? Or are we writing, or could we write easements with property owners that would help support that work? Those are my questions.
Go ahead, Lincoln.
Take it away, Lincoln.
Go ahead, Lincoln, and then Sandy, and then I'll ask Mike if he's got any comments.
Yeah, I would say as far as the matrix goes, there's no particular line item for climate change. There are a lot of things that are in there which go toward that. And I'm not sure. I will have to look at it again and see if it makes sense to rework it. But I will say that, you know, we've talked a lot about acquisition priorities, and you've seen a lot of maps, and I mean, and overlaying with the Nature Conservancy and other things and that we're considering when we're looking at acquisition priorities. So we are trying to account for that, and are trying to go after things that are high priorities, not just with climate change, but keeping other perspectives in mind as well. All right, the second part of your question
Conservation
was
easements, like can those be useful?
Well, we're always open to the idea of doing a conservation easement. I think the issue comes with the level of control. You know, what can you expect to conservate a person who owns a property on which we have a conservation easement to do? And so you can have them have a forest management plan. You can require that, and you can require that you agree on the components of that forest management plan. But still, you've got to you can only control that to a certain level. You know, are they actually hiring people to do the work? You know, it's just something that you're hoping for, basically. You know, in the agricultural side, some people would like us to do affirmative easements on agricultural lands requiring people to farm. Personally, just struggle to get my head around that, like how on earth we enforce requiring people to farm. It just seems extremely difficult. So, I think there are opportunities for conservation easements, particularly on larger properties where you've got some confidence in their forest management. And we'll definitely do that if we have the chance to do it.
Sandy?
My question or comment is directly related to that, the conservation easement. Is it possible to look at that map of most resilient lands and target certain forest lands, if not for acquiring them, but for conservation easement on the forested section, even if it doesn't eliminate development rights? For example, it's to conserve the forest, but your development's going to happen over there. I hear what Lincoln's saying about the enforcement part of it, and I'm wondering if we can't find a way to tighten that up. And if it doesn't, if you don't maintain the forest, then we put a lien on your property in the amount of the conservation easement of the money that we gave you because you didn't conserve it. I just maybe there's some mechanism that we can, and could there be a way that we could ensure more contiguous protection of forest in areas where we're not able to purchase the land?
So I do think we'll have an opportunity with that when the Preservation Trust comes out with their conservation plan in June. I'm sure they'll be looking at many of these same issues, and also from the perspective of doing conservation easements. So that'll be a good piece of information for us.
Mike, I want to know if you have anything to add to this. And Doug, I saw you put a kind of a lengthy comment in chat. Maybe you could speak to that quickly, and then Krista, and then probably time for a break.
I don't have much to add. I'm curious about whether or not we actually have a vision statement for stewardship, because there's something that says, here's what we commit to. I know we have plans for each project, but it seems to me there ought to be a guiding, it's half of our business, right? And there ought to be a guiding a statement or a guiding set of priorities. But I don't have, this is not my thing. I think it's important. I think we have a responsibility. I think we talked about forest management. I worry about that a lot. I live on a piece of property with lots of trees and lots of animals and lots of barns, and I'd hate to see, because of a lack of action around forest property to keep it safer, I'd hate to see things go up in flames. I mean, things are going to get drier here. I'm not sure that we shouldn't be taking this quite a bit more seriously, but I don't have anything else to add, John. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Krista?
Yeah, just a quick kind of clarification or expansion. When I was talking about those conservation easements, I guess I'm looking at, because I understand they're only as good as the compliance of the owner in some ways, but if we have properties within those identified areas of most resilience or potential resilience, I would just suggest that maybe we look proactively at approaching property owners. They may not have come to us asking for a conservation easement, but if we value that stand of timber or that connection, that property connection to make that bigger mass, maybe we should be going and suggesting to them the conservation easement. And even if they don't do anything else with that forest, as Lincoln said at the top of the discussion, acquiring is better than Trump's managing. And if we can get them at least to agree to not clear cutting the property, whether they go in and thin or manage would be the next level of participation or something. But anyway, that's what I'm kind of looking at. If we're going to, we're looking at these certain areas, and we are either going to look at acquiring or having an easement, and maybe we might get some protection out of approaching people that hadn't thought about approaching us.
Thanks, Krista. So it's noon. Let's go for just 5 minutes because I'd like Lincoln, Aaron, and Doug to provide a couple comments. And then we'll still have a half-hour break and we'll reconvene at 12:35. But so another 5 minutes here. Let's see, Doug, and then Aaron, and then Lincoln.
Sure, I'll just be really quick. You know, I just was noting that, and this kind of led into some of the discussion that stewardship staff were having, is that, man, this is just such a huge subject, and it touches on all of our lives in every fashion. And within what we do as a program, it does as well. And so I was kind of nervous about, you know, narrowing this conversation just into forest management or soil health, and that being our response, because it's so much larger than that. And so I guess that I just want to emphasize that deserves consideration. And I would encourage, you know, commission members, and maybe it's a question for commission, is, you know, I think, Dave, you suggested that, you know, you don't feel like you're an expert in this area, and very few people probably are, but seeking out information, understanding sort of regional impacts, so that we have more of a foundation to talk about priorities and whatnot, seems really like a great starting place, using information that's already out there for risk assessments and analyses, rather than drilling down to ones that, you know, I don't know that we really have the capacity to pull off that ourselves as an organization. So there's 2 documents I would refer you to. I think I have in the past. One is University of Washington, Puget Sound State of Knowledge, Climate Change. It's also getting a little bit dated now. It's about 5 or 6 years old. And then the Islands Climate Resilience document that was working towards climate resilient San Juan Islands. And I'll put those links in the chat. So
Your comment, Doug, also just makes me wonder, Sandy and Lincoln, whether or not there is a future board session that's sort of an education session on some of these topics, bringing some of these resources, even some people, into a conversation with the commission to create that common set of knowledge and understanding. Aaron?
I want to be brief too, but we are talking about forests, and wildfire has kind of dominated that. And I guess with climate change, I think there's been some, maybe Miles referenced it, but outbreaks of insects and disease, drought. So, you know, shifting the conversation from us being safer, I think, to having healthy forests is something that's important for me to keep in our dialogue. And then, I mean, I do think we're touching on things that have maybe are more thematic with creative partnerships. So, I mean, Lincoln already shared that the terrestrial managers are really focusing on the Forest Health Collaborative. Conservation District has taken the lead on updating that document from 2012, which identifies priority areas within the county. So they're revisiting that, and we're a player in that. And part of those conversations then touches on, I think, what Peter talked about with the restoration economy. So prioritizing what areas in the county can get treated, have a high priority for treatment, whether that's based on the fuel loading and potential ignition sources. So we're not competing with each other, more or less. And maybe I'll just stop there, but yeah, rich conversation. And I guess maybe I won't stop right there, but the other thing is that there's, you know, some of the language around a high level of active management. You know, some of this is not in perpetuity, you know, like pulling weeds is. Some of these projects I think when we're looking through the lens of climate change is changing the trajectory of a property from the way it's been used historically that has degraded it. And there's hidden costs in that because we do spend a lot of money in maintaining the status quo, which will potentially get quite more expensive if we're talking about roads and infrastructure. And maybe that's a later for the priorities, but I do think it's all interrelated resource wise. And there's a lot of money for restoration grants. We're not going to really find money to maintain roads or trails, I don't think. I mean, some degree. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Aaron. Lincoln, last word.
Well, I think you all covered it. I think I know I had something else to say, but it's escaped me now. So I'm ready to go for the break.
Break. Okay. I'll do a 10-second summary here. Themes from this conversation: the importance of acquisition, the importance of education for the public, but also for the commission itself. Some manner of assessment of land bank properties, whether you use existing resources or do a unique, new assessment. Working with other agencies and organizations on climate change issues of a variety of sorts, and the potential use of easements. Those are big things. There were others. The last comment Aaron made, several of you touched on, changing the shifting the focus from just fire prevention to healthy forests was another theme that emerged. Okay, thank you. Let's take a half-hour break. We'll reconvene at 12:35. Thanks for your energy and thoughts so far. We'll see you in a half hour. Lincoln, I'm going to ask you to introduce this topic again as well, but let me preface this by saying that we know that asking any group to do the sort of exercise we're about to ask can often be met with resistance. Well, there's lots of overlap between these categories, and well, this is artificial in terms of our actual decision making. We understand those things. Yes, both of those things are true, but it can be a helpful way to get at a pretty fundamental question, which Lincoln shared with Sandy and myself when we were planning this retreat, is coming up for the staff, which is, there is a lot on our collective plate. And how do we do a little bit better job of setting some priorities? So back to what I said at the beginning, we're not going to take the results of this exercise as some final decision, but as a way to get a sense of the commission about relative priorities for acquisition and relative priorities for stewardship activities. Our hope is that it will be a useful way to talk more about this, give you something to start from, have a starting point for further conversations about priorities in both the acquisition and stewardship realm. So I'm caveating the conversation before we even get into it, but just wanted to say a couple of those things. Lincoln, you want to get us started? And I think, Lincoln, we decided we were going to, after you frame this conversation, we were going to ask the commissioners to do the exercise around acquisitions, talk about that, and then stewardship and talk about that. Am I remembering that right? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So you use the term useful. I am using the term provocative because what we've got basically, we wrestled with this a lot in terms of how to think about this question of priorities. And came up with these lists, and I mean, this is definitely way, way oversimplified, but it's just a way to get you or help you to think about things as we're faced with them. So I would say, you know, our situation's pretty clear. It remains the same, that we've got tons of stuff to do. And so acquisition wise, you know, I think we're talking more about types of acquisitions, and we've already had a fair amount of prioritization discussion on the acquisition coming up to this point in this conversation. So that's good. But stewardship is different, in that it's really a question of what do we have to do? You know, can we get done what we have to do with the number of stewardship people we have? And what do we want to do? And so we continue to have these discussions, and we find ourselves really having to make choices, and some choices are self-made. So things like maintenance, certain maintenance, just kind of, it has to be done. You know, whether it gets done or not, it's got to be up there on your list of priorities. But as you work your way through, you start to make some uncomfortable choices, like with monitoring. How often do you monitor a property? How much time do you have to actually do that? Like do a boundary walk of a preserve. Does that get done every year? Or questions like that start to come up as your time is absorbed with doing other kinds of things. So monitoring is another piece of it. I think one of our problems here in trying to think about priorities is that we don't have a good breakdown of how much time people spend doing what. And I don't think it's possible for us to have that breakdown, because the reality is anybody who's out on a preserve doing, you know, ostensibly doing one activity gets drawn off into doing some other activity, and then someone wants to talk to them about something, or something else comes up, and it's just like this kind of endless series of things that fit into different categories. And so when you have to ask them, well, how much time did you take on maintenance this week? It's like, I don't know. I mean, I was out there, I know where I was, I know what I was doing, but it's not like we have these great totals of FTEs devoted to activity X. It's just not available. But needless to say, or regardless of that, we still find ourselves in a position of having to make choices about things, and really wanting the commission to help or to weigh in on those choices. So some of the kind of obvious ones that have come up today in this meeting are things like, well, you know, we have a lot of public access projects on our plate, and that varies by district, certainly by preserve. We also have a lot of goals in terms of trying to manage for climate change, or do more landscape level ecological stewardship of properties. But we just aren't going to get all of those things done. All of them cost money. All of them are being done for different reasons, and it may very well be that priorities are different between different districts. When we've had, just as an example, when we've had conversations with the San Juan commissioners, and we've talked about Beaverton and Zylstra and even Katy Mountain, there's been a definite emphasis on wanting to see those properties open as the best way to reach a broader constituency of people. But doing that and having that strong focus on, well, we've got to get this property open, we've got to get this property open, so we have to do this parking area and get these trails in and do all the million things that you have to do to make a property ready for public access, means you're not going to be doing other things. So the question here is kind of, as you look through that list of must-dos and the list of different kinds of projects that you can do as they fit into different categories, really just trying to get a read from the commission, I think would be helpful to just get a better sense of where you all are coming from. And so this kind of pathetic tool that we've come up with is our start of doing that. So
way to sell it, Lincoln.
I'll stop there. I think, well, I certainly would invite, well, do you want to, should we start with the acquisition? Just
Yeah, let me, one other, so you spent most of your comments talking about stewardship activities, but let me tie the exercise about ranking acquisition priorities to earlier discussions today. To the extent you want to be more proactive, strategic, less reactive, passive, then having this conversation about, okay, if you want to be more active and proactive in different types of acquisitions, how do you want to prioritize that? And this again, this isn't by no means the only way to have that conversation, but it's a way to start that conversation. So I would just tie what you're about to do back to those comments earlier in the meeting. Let's see. Let me see if I can do this. So what, to use Lincoln's term, this pathetic tool, what we wanted to ask each of you to do now on the topic of acquisitions is to rank order your priorities for acquisition using these categories or values that come right out of the mandate from top to bottom. So you can't rank more than one thing number one or one thing number two. Again, we understand that there are lots of projects that have multiple values. That's clearly always going to be an important consideration for your acquisitions. But again, as a kind of rough proxy for priorities, this is the tool that we thought we would use. Krista?
It probably goes without saying, but I'm just going to ask that this be a judgment-free zone because there is no winner in this exercise. I'm just going to say, so, that's all.
Yeah.
Don't carry this over after we break up at 2 o'clock and, see each other on the streets.
Wait, no winners mean that we're all losers.
Who's going to put number 8? That's the question. I already chose mine and it's really bad.
But
Chris, what did you ask? I couldn't hear the first part of what you said.
I asked that there be a judgment-free zone.
Oh,
Whatever choices we make, because
yeah.
I mean.
Got it. Thank you.
Also, well, and to that point, there's sort of this winners and losers point. Earlier in this conversation today, somebody said, we're not going to stop doing any of this. I mean, that's right. You're going to have projects that have multiple values that cover pretty much every one of these categories in the mandate. But again, if you're trying to get to a point where you are more proactive in reaching out to do certain types of projects, what starts to rise to the top? So what we wanted to do was ask each of you to spend the next couple of minutes doing your own ranking. And then if we were in a room, we'd be giving you a sheet of paper. Lincoln and I didn't figure out how to do a whiteboard sort of exercise. So we'll just we'll give you 5 minutes to do your ranking for acquisitions. And then we'll sort of call on each of the commission members to tell us what your rankings were for environmental and agriculture and aesthetic and scenic. And then as we're putting those numbers into this little table, Lincoln, maybe if I write everybody's rankings in, could you do the math as we work our way down the rows here? So we have kind
Sure.
of an aggregate value for each of these categories.
Or we could each, I don't know if everybody has this ability, but we could scan our 2 sheets in and send them to Tanya. Then we keep anonymity and won't be judged.
Well, if that, I
I
suppose
like
we,
that idea.
oh, okay. Well, if anonymity
I
is,
don't.
You don't? Okay. Whatever is expedient, I guess, so that we could get on with the discussion part of it, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're
So
all friends.
let's spend 5 minutes asking you to do your rankings. Give you some peace and quiet for that. Who's the wise guy?
That is super funny.
I bet you money that's Doug.
No,
I thought it was Peter.
it was Peter.
Peter?
Oh, guilty, guilty.
Peter gets to do the math now.
Good job, Peter.
So I just sent a suggestion to John, but could we just in chat send it to Lincoln or Tanya and just type out our things? We don't have to get up and scan, but then she could quickly. I know, Brian, you can stand up and talk about yours.
No, it's not about me, Sandy. I want to hear what you say and everybody else.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Are people ready or you need another minute or two? Okay. I'm just going to type in the values on this shared screen. And then, as I say, Lincoln, you can do the math. So, Brian, let's I don't know the best way to do this. I'm thinking we'll get everybody's value for environmental Lincoln can do the math. Everybody's value for agriculture. We'll just work our way down the list.
Okay.
So we're just the environmental ranking right now, Brian.
John, can I suggest that one of the reasons I want to hear this is that I'd like to hear the reasons briefly? Can we do that?
Yeah, I think this should be discussed.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Okay.
well, should we just go run through the numbers first and then have the discussion?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's run through the numbers and then we'll have the discussion. And then, because what I want to do the math because I want to see how it shakes out here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just give me your numbers first. Brian?
Are we talking just about environmental?
Environmental, yeah.
Okay. I have to say right at the outset that I cheated because I liked Lincoln's way of lumping these things. So I lumped scientific and water resources under environmental. And I
You don't get to
No, you don't get to do that, Brian.
No lumping.
Sorry, Brian.
Sorry, that's the way
One
it is.
through 8.
I was wondering how long it was going to take for somebody to violate the whole premise. And
Not too
that's
long.
exactly what I thought. The
The
first
whole
person-
premise of this pathetic survey.
Count on me. Number one.
Okay. Sandy,
Number 1.
David,
1,
Jim,
1,
Krista,
1,
Miles,
1,
Mike,
8, oh no, 1,
let's see, I can't see everybody on my screen, so who am I forgetting?
that's 7 commissioners, isn't it?
Oh, did I get everybody? Okay. Well, that math is pretty easy to do, Lincoln.
That's good.
And then that
Uh,
means there isn't much we don't need to spend time discussing that one, right? If it's not controversial.
Well, maybe just a couple of quick comments from somebody give us a flavor for why it was such an obvious one for each of you.
I mean, what could be more important?
It's obvious why it's obvious.
Right. That's it.
All right, well, I won't belabor that. We can come back to that as you look at the relative rankings. Agriculture, Mike,
3,
Sandy. Sorry, you were on mute, Sandy.
3.
David,
3,
Ryan,
7.
Krista,
4,
Miles,
5,
and
Jim,
Jim.
Jim,
5,
sorry,
5.
5. Okay. Couple comments anybody wants to make about there? Let's see, those at 7 and 3 are the ends of the spectrum here.
Yeah. I guess if we're talking about agriculture solely in terms of acquisition, I would have to move it up.
That's
to-
what we're talking about. We're on
Yeah.
acquisitions.
All right. Well, I don't know what the number is, but I agree with everybody else.
Okay, I was a 3. I'll give you my reasons quickly to get it started. Unless, Brian, you want to continue.
No?
So 1 is thinking in terms of what do we need? We need food and water. So preserving land for agriculture would be important for food, for climate change, for less food miles, but also preserving agricultural land is a big part of what preserves the rural the scene, part of the scenic, the rural feel here. So I think it's a double win.
Okay, anybody else like to comment on their ranking?
So Brian, you want me to move you up to 3?
Okay. Probably make it a 4, Lincoln.
Okay.
Sorry.
I put a 5, and I would, my reasoning for that is I think it represents our current holding of preserves, that ag is a part. To me, it should be less than half of what we do, maybe even a third or a quarter of what we do at the land bank. And they're fairly labor intensive and time consuming, even though they have benefits. And I don't know, for me personally, that's not how even though I think the county does need more ag land, I don't know that the land bank is the best vehicle organization for promoting that.
Okay, thanks, Miles. Anybody else? All right, aesthetic and scenic. Let's see, Krista?
3.
Jim?
2.
Miles?
3.
Sandy?
4 with a qualification.
Okay, you can speak to that in a minute. Brian?
Okay.
2.
Mike?
2.
I've forgotten somebody again.
5.
Thank you, David, sorry. Not being able to see everybody on the screen is hard for my brain. Okay, David, maybe I'll just ask you to speak first since you're on one end of the spectrum here.
I mean, I guess it's tempting to associate aesthetic and scenic with environmental, but really, I don't know. I kind of want to leave that consideration out a little bit. Environmental is significantly more important to me. I mean, I had to rank all days, and so that's where that one fell.
Yeah. Others, like several of you had this at 2, the second most important.
Well,
Go ahead, Brian.
I want to say what Jim said this morning in terms of that's a kind of an all-encompassing category. It's the feeling and the knowing that it's there and you're there.
Other comments? Yep, Sandy.
I was a 4. The reason being, if you preserve environmental and agricultural, you are preserving aesthetic and scenic areas. So, and you can't really separate some of these.
Yeah. Okay. Mike, did you have a comment?
I'll just comment that I put those first 3 categories in the top 3. And the reason I did that is I remember 20 years ago when I first bought a property here, I was coming up every weekend from Seattle, and every time I get off the ferry at 6 o'clock and drive down Douglas and over Baylor Hill, I remember the calming effect it had on me, seeing the animals out there, seeing the coastline, seeing that it was a 2-lane road I was the only one on the road. And so to me, that was that's the value of living here for me. Yeah, I mean, not that these other aren't important, it's just that that's why I rank them in the top 3.
Thanks, Mike. That's helpful. Okay, cultural. Start with Mike.
I give it a 6.
Sandy,
6.
David,
4.
Miles,
4.
Krista,
5.
Brian,
5.
Jim,
4.
would like to comment? There's a reasonable amount of grouping here, but anybody want to talk about the reasons for their ranking?
I'll speak to that just because I keep bringing up cultural in different times. As in terms of acquisition priorities, I wouldn't set cultural, being indigenous type properties as a priority, partially because it can be very complicated. So that really was my, it's not a priority I would set if I was looking at acquiring. Once we've acquired a property, then I think it's investigation is a priority. I would change that, but in terms of looking at properties, it would not be a priority.
I think I remember when you raised this earlier, the cultural value earlier, Krista, you were talking about the relationships, particularly with tribal communities. I'm remembering that right?
Right, correct.
Yeah. Anybody else want to talk about their ranking on cultural? Okay, scientific. Mike.
Okay, I gave it an 8.
We're going to be very judgmental, Mike.
I don't understand science. I just gave it an 8.
David?
8.
Brian?
I cannot separate that from either environmental or from the necessity for stewardship. So I've got to say 1.
No, can't do it.
Sorry, do it.
You're
Okay,
gonna
well
mess
then-
up, you're gonna mess up the whole exercise.
Well, then 8.
Yeah, that's why I gave it an 8, because I give environmental a 1. So.
Yeah. Let's see, who's the, Jim?
3.
Krista?
6.
Miles?
7.
And Sandy?
7.
So
Sorry,
let's
here's
see.
My 8. I'm not going to vote on that. Because
Oh, that's a problem, Brian.
I'm sorry. Well, as Lincoln said, it's a very imperfect instrument.
Let's see, Jim, I think you were the 3. You want to talk about that?
Yeah. What do I want to say about it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking of scientific in the same realm as I am environmental. I think that we need to frame everything we do going forward in terms of climate change. And so that makes sense to me, having that highly prioritized.
I feel like there's a definition problem here. I construed scientific to mean the ability of other folks to come on our properties and do research. And my opinion is that's great if that's okay, if that works, but they can certainly probably do it elsewhere. We're not going to be stopping anybody from doing that elsewhere. So,
Talking about acquisition, right?
Yes.
yeah,
That's kind of
you and Jim are talking about it in an entirely different way than I'm conceiving it.
I thought of it like exactly like David said. that it's the
So-
ability to do scientific research. It
So-
offers that ability.
In other words, you would be making an acquisition because of the value it would have to do scientific research.
Right.
Right.
That's what I did too, because that's what the original conservation objective was. Places,
Yeah.
ecosystems, habitats valuable for study. And
Right.
I thought it was more priority than the other things.
So
So
it-
Jim, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Sandy.
I'm just curious what Jim's, I wasn't understanding Jim's definition or how he was interpreting it.
Well, it still makes sense to me, because if it's, in terms of education, the more we can help educate people about science and its changing nature, and we'll be fulfilling our role as an educational component of fighting climate change.
Any other comments about this one? Okay, historic. Yeah, Sandy? You had a comment you wanted to.
Brian is gonna mess up the whole exercise unless
No.
we're gonna average these out and he
Yes.
gets removed. Otherwise, it's gonna
Well-
change the ranking.
We are gonna look
gonna average
for,
them?
we're gonna average them all,
Okay,
every one of them. This one, we're gonna average with 6 entries instead of 7.
okay.
Good.
But that doesn't let any of you off the hook. We
No.
still would prefer to have 7 votes for each of the categories, but let's just keep going through it. Historic. Miles,
Let's go with 8.
Sandy,
8,
Jim,
8.
Krista,
8,
David,
7.
Mike,
7,
and who did I forget again?
Brian.
Brian, sorry.
8.
Well, lots of unanimity there. Any comments anybody wants to make? Okay. Low intensity recreation. Mike,
5,
Brian,
3.
Sandy,
5,
where am I? David,
6.
Jim,
7.
Miles,
6.
Krista.
7.
Wow. That's interesting. Let's see. So who was the 3?
Me, Brian.
Yeah. You want to speak to that, Brian?
Well, when we opened this meeting, most of the people in their online chat comments said that our biggest priority or our biggest challenge for the next, what was it, 5 years, was REIT reauthorization. That means public support. And I think low intensity recreation is public access. I think that that's essential. We are preserving and stewarding lands that belong to the public. And I think that it's essential to give the public access and ownership to those lands.
The other end of the spectrum were the 7s. Anybody want to speak to those?
I said 7. I wrote 5. It was 7. A lot of white out on my piece of paper. But, so that's just kind of where it landed for me. I started at the bottom and worked my way up to number one is how I first approached it. But I think it is important, and I love having access to the properties, but I think in relation to all of these, that's where I would put that because it just comes with extra considerations and whatnot. And I think if I was to answer this question tomorrow, I would have a different ranking. So
You go back and forth on it.
that's just, yeah.
Anybody else want to comment, Sandy?
I just wanted to clarify, to remind us that we're looking at it from an acquisition standpoint. This is not necessarily how we would prioritize our stewardship funds. So if it was side by side, a large tract of forest land or a degraded beach that people could get to, it's about acquisitions. That's what I'm just to remember.
Right. This is it's not about what you do with the properties you own and how much public access you do or don't provide. It's about, do you go out and buy properties because of their recreational value?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, and the last one, existing or future potable water sources. Brian.
Have to say 4.
Jim?
6.
Sandy?
2.
Mike?
5. No, 4.
Krista?
Sorry, 4.
4.
Let's see. 4.
Yeah.
Miles?
2.
Krista?
2.
6. David? 2. Oh, interesting. Huh. I mean, well, now I've already, Lincoln's word was pathetic. Maybe, but there's some interesting results here to me, at least. I hope it's moderately interesting to you.
Yeah, it is.
So again, the outliers, the 6 and the 2s. Anybody want to speak to those?
Well, I went with 2, and water, clean water and environment are tied together completely. There's no separating them.
I put 6. I put it at 6 because that's the only number I had left.
Okay.
Anybody else want to speak to this? So Lincoln or Aaron, whoever was doing the math, if you want to just give me the averages, I'll plug them in on the side and we'll see what they look like.
All right, I'll give you the totals. So the lowest will be the highest ranking.
Wait,
Understood.
total, the totals totals don't work because we have one category with 5.
I can share my screen real quick. I created a quick spreadsheet to show it.
Okay, great. I'll stop sharing.
Okay.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yep. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so we got the totals, the average, and then the rank.
Environmental and aesthetic, scenic, potable water.
Aaron, could you sort it by rank?
Yeah, that'll take a little bit more time to then move them around on here, but
You can just do a data sort.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Just go by numbers.
Yeah, it's just.
John started
either-
to do it.
Okay, just write it down, environmental.
No worries.
Yeah, so, so it just clear, really clear consensus at the top and the bottom. The top ranking, everyone gave environmental a number 1, and most gave historic an 8. A few of you gave it a 7. Scientific was a little confusing because of its maybe its relationship to environmental, but I think those of you who ranked it low felt that you wouldn't go out and buy properties just for that purpose. Scientific activity may occur, but it wouldn't be a key element of your acquisition strategies. Aesthetic and scenic is the number 2. I remember the conversation about that. I don't have a lot to summarize there other than to say aesthetic and scenic and potable water, just in terms of their average score, quite close in terms of the value you place on both of those things. And then followed by ag, where there was some different perspective, you know, a low ranking of 7 and a high of 3. So how do those, we've done that exercise. How does it feel as a rough indication of your, of the group sense of relative priorities for acquisition? Does that feel about right?
Well, with the exception of recreation, which doesn't feel at all right to me. I mean, I define recreation as access, okay?
Yes, and I think the distinction I heard being made there, Brian, was others who felt recreation may be an important use on your properties, but those who ranked it low didn't feel as if having that be paramount in terms of an acquisition strategy was important in their rank order of these values.
Right.
I suspect your colleagues, some of your colleagues would agree with you on its importance in terms of your existing lands.
I'm comfortable with the rankings. I like the fact that aesthetic and scenic ranked as high as it did, and I think largely because the original mandate kind of came about because of that. And I think a lot of the work we do now, it just seems like over time, the evolution of the organization and the expertise and sophistication has all advanced. And so we're now, you know, in different, more detailed and specific areas, but that was one of the main reasons people wanted to have a land bank created. So I'm happy to see that rank there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I would have predicted that before having this conversation. It's an interesting result.
It's a good
Lincoln?
exercise.
Lincoln, do you have any observations about this from your vantage point of what the commission just provided you with?
I can't believe we got as much cooperation as we did. I would say, fortunately, you know, this is it is an arbitrary, it's an odd way to go about this. So the good news is that the natural inclination to lump things together is actually happening. It's very rare that you have a property which you're going after, which only has one of these. So that multiple feature is going to be pretty powerful in terms of setting acquisition priorities.
Well, in the interest of time, unless anybody has any other observation burning a hole in their pocket they want to make, we ought to shift to the stewardship side, because I suspect we're going to have a bunch of questions there.
You want me to stop sharing my screen now? or-
Yeah,
or
yes,
jump
and
out?
yeah, Aaron, that's super helpful. If you do the same on stewardship, that would be great. And I wonder, Lincoln, let's see, maybe I can share that. I'm just wondering whether or not we're going to have lots of questions here about the categories.
Of course.
So, yeah, right. So we're going to ask you to rank order these, but before we do that, maybe we ought to give folks an opportunity just to ask any questions they may have about these terms, or what's the difference between any of these categories of stewardship, before we ask you to rank order.
I have just a comment, like, for some reason, it was super clear to me, acquisition was the title of the last one, and I know it says stewardship, but when I looked at all of these categories, my brain went to looking at the list under, looking at it fiscally, looking at it from a standpoint of staff allocation, and then looking at it from renewal. So that's my difficulty. I'm looking at it as stewardship, and that it was very clear. Do you want to buy this or not? But now I'm looking at stewardship because it's complicated, and that'll be my challenge, is trying to look at it under one heading.
It is complicated.
So Krista, what were your categories that you naturally gravitated to?
Fiscal, or, expenses, I guess.
Yeah.
Looking towards just staff allocation or allocation of staff resources, and renewal, looking at our.
Okay.
And just because I'm the facilitator and I can say easy stuff like this, I think when you rank them, those are really useful lenses to look through. And I wouldn't tell you to look through any one in particular, but that's what we're asking you to do, is sort of balance those different purposes and give us your sense here of ranking.
I'm going to rank them all one, just like that.
Okay. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to do your rankings. I hope it isn't a monkey wrench, but Lincoln, Aaron made a comment about the exercise supposed to prioritize allocation of funds from the stewardship fund. That, my understanding is that this was broader than that. This was about sort of how staff allocate their time, their resources. It wasn't just a, how do we spend our money? That's a piece of it, but
I agree.
okay,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, is everybody done? Do we need any more time? Okay, give me 30 seconds here so I can be better organized to call on you all and not forget somebody. Okay. Planning, we'll just go about this the same way. Mike? Are you there, Mike? Are you on mute?
There was, I gave it a 2.
David?
7.
Krista?
1.
Miles?
7.
Jim?
5.
5?
5.
Sandy?
5.
Brian?
I have to say 1, don't I?
No, you don't.
Yes, I
You
do.
have to be truthful.
One is truthful.
Okay.
Well, this is maybe our biggest range of anything thus so far, but so the you know, 1s and 2s and the 7s are the ends of the spectrum. Anybody want to speak to this?
I'm a 1 and I'll speak to that, I think. I don't know why you guys don't get it. I mean,
Thank you.
It seems like you have to have a plan and you have to assess their properties to figure out all the rest of this stuff.
Yep.
Well, not all of it, maybe not management of the public, but possibly. But to me, it seems like making the assessments and doing the management plans is what you use to set your goals and how you're moving forward, whether it's on infrastructure improvements or habitat, whatever. To me, that's where all the rest of this seems to come from. So that's why I said it as 1.
Yeah, this is Mike. I agree with Krista. You know, my experience over the years is no plan, no success. I mean, you never know if you got what you wanted to get. You never know what it went up, when something was going off the tracks. And for me, while it's kind of a mundane, boring subject, and it's not directly related to anything, it's critical. I gave it a 2.
And can I add that that's what we're doing right now. So if we don't value this,
No, actually, if you look above, the definition that they wanted us to use was specifically assessments and management plans for preserves. So it's not about general planning or where to allocate our resources or anything. And the reason I ranked it lower is because we have management plans for preserves. Maybe some aren't updated, but in terms of where should staff spend time, it had to do with management plans and assessments, and I think we have quite a bit of that done.
I need to question Sandy about that. I guess you and I are interpreting this differently. I was just looking at a general overview of each of these areas. You're saying because you assume we have these plans that they're not a priority. And I'm looking at it at let's say we don't have any plans or we're not doing any maintenance. Do you know what I mean? Like you're looking at it very differently. If we didn't have the plans, I guess I'd ask you if we didn't have plans.
Well, if we
already-
didn't have plans, I would make it a priority, but if we're trying to figure out what to do over the next 3 years and where to emphasize, I know that we have quite a bit of plans already under our belt, so I'm going more for reality. What have we done and what do we need to put more emphasis on in the near term, I guess.
Yeah, this is Mike, and I
It's
didn't,
a
I
trick
don't,
question.
oh, sorry, Sandy.
No, it's just that it's a tricky,
Yeah.
question here.
Yeah, because I don't know what we have. So I was just assuming as we go forward, what's going to be important and not, you're ranking it more on, are we doing a good job at this or not? Yes, we're doing a good job, so you ranked it low. I don't know what kind of a job we're doing. I know we're gonna spend in our budget over $400,000 in the next 2 years on Beaver Marsh. And I would assume there's a pretty thorough plan, to know what we're gonna hold ourselves accountable for. That's why I ranked it 2.
And let's see, Miles, I think you were a 7 on this.
Yeah, I mean, I found these much more difficult to rank than the for purchasing or acquiring properties. It's just yeah, I don't have a good, I'm obviously more like action oriented. So to me, also thinking about the size of the budget for doing projects, the budget's going to be a lot bigger for managing an ecological project than it would be for planning, hopefully, but who knows? I don't know. So I had trouble ranking these.
I was also a 7, and I also had trouble ranking these. I interpreted this as being, planning is probably a lot of it is planning for opening a new preserve. And my feeling would be if we've got a recent acquisition, but we don't have a plan for it, we could let that go a while that way. But if we have other like maintenance things to do, those have to take priority. And going back to the difficulty of ranking these, I mean, in most cases, you got to do everything. That we have to do everything. We can't really rank these and just let one of them, not happen. They're all going to have to happen. So the exercise is a little bit unrealistic in that way.
As we said at the beginning, it is meant to try and give staff some sense of relative order of priority. Again, not to say that they are going to cut out of any one of these rows entirely, but there may, as Lincoln described, they are daily and weekly making decisions about how to prioritize their time.
And I want to come back to that later.
Maintenance. I probably need to move us along a little better so we don't run out of time at the end. Go the other way this time. Brian?
2.
Sandy?
1.
Jim?
We're on maintenance. Oh, maintenance.
Yep.
4.
Miles?
5.
Krista?
3.
David?
1.
Mike? Sorry?
1.
1. Okay. Take 2 comments on this. Anybody wants to make, if they want to make them?
I'll make a comment. Because I ranked it number 1. And again, the definition is appearance, functionality, safety, protection of resources. So to me, protection of resources is probably the biggest thing that we need to do. But also as far as maintenance goes, if we don't look like we're taking care of our properties, that's a visible aspect that people can see and that will judge the land bank and maybe look and say, well, they can't even take care of this. So why are they moving over here to buy this other property? So I think we need to make sure that we're keep up appearances.
And let's see, Miles, you were a 5.
Yeah, I mean, safety and yeah, it's important, no doubt. I was again thinking that some of the projects, I was putting more emphasis on the projects overall. Yeah.
Okay. Monitoring. Mike.
Give us 7, since it's already required for our conservation easement projects. I figured people would complain to us and we'd go out and look at something. And I ran out of numbers. I gave it a 7.
David,
5.
Krista,
4.
Miles,
4.
Jim, you unmute, Jim. Sandy,
2.
Brian,
3.
Jim,
Management,
monitoring.
monitoring 3.
Okay. Let's see. Mike, you gave it a 7.
Yeah, and I think I just mentioned it. It's already required.
Oh,
for
yeah.
our property. So I did, as far as the other half.
Well,
Anyway, that's it.
that's just for conservation easements. The maintenance or monitoring also includes checking conditions throughout all the preserves. So
Right. I understood that, and I don't know. I mean, we have like 40% of our acreage is conservation easements, and so what I was ranking them, we're talking about how important is it for 60% of our. That's I'm new.
Mhm. There's a logic there. Any other comments? Okay, management of the public. Ryan,
5.
Sandy,
3.
Jim,
2.
Miles,
6.
Krista,
7.
David,
6.
Mike.
3.
Let's see.
I guess
Twos
it's
and
a thing we're not all sitting in staff meetings trying to come up. We're all over. the
well,
place.
Used differently.
this is hard for a lot of reasons.
Well, I was a 7, and I'll speak to that only because, you had to give it a number, and I would like to acknowledge at this point that I think it's probably something staff do a lot more than a 7 value. It's probably higher up on their list of the things that they actually do. And I'm hopefully intelligent enough to know that. But I think as I was trying just to prioritize, that's the value I would give it.
And let's see, Jim was the 2.
Yeah, the more I look at this, the previous one about acquisitions, we were all pretty well aligned with a few anomalies. And on the stewardship one here, it looks like we are all over the place. And I think one of the reasons is that the commissioners primarily are focused on acquisitions rather than the day-to-day stewardship activities of the staff. And so, here we are trying to rank these things in areas that we're not actually engaged in physically. The staff is. So I think that's just an observation I'd like to make out loud. I'm going to put the outreach one next. I'm going to put that as a number one because, again, I think that the outreach and the management of the public, in terms of perceptions, et cetera, I think are probably the most important thing we need to do. And then to jump ahead just a bit is that I'm going to put the projects at 8, 6, and 7 in that order, because I think those do get lumped together in a way. And what was it? Is Aaron that said the activities project work would not be considered stewardship, and I think that it's kind of like we need to separate that out just a little bit in the context of this exercise.
Thanks, Jim. I think your observation about one of the reasons this is challenging is a good one. Let's do the outreach. Let's get Miles. How do you rank outreach?
I put outreach at 3.
And Krista?
5.
David?
8.
Mike?
8.
Brian?
I have to say 7, and I feel really bad about saying that because it doesn't represent the way I feel.
Right.
And Sandy?
4. All we need is a 6 and we will have covered them all.
Anybody want to comment on this? Jim has, Brian has, any other comments?
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I just had a heck of a time between management of the public and outreach. What I was trying to vote on here was, yes, I think it's extremely important that we have a public relations / educational program, because for all the reasons we've mentioned earlier, and so I couldn't vote one on both of them, so I had kind of split the baby there. So I didn't know how to vote on that, but I do think it's in the top 4 to have a strong outreach program, a strong educational program, and a strong public relations program for the next couple of years at least.
Okay, we got just under 15 minutes left. Projects recreational, Brian?
Sure.
Sandy?
John, what if we save time and as you go, do what Jim did?
Okay, we can do
Brian
that.
can give his 3 numbers.
Brian, recreational was 4, ecological.
6.
And
is 8.
Okay, Sandy?
7, 6, 8.
And Miles?
I have 2, 1, and 8.
And Krista?
6, 2, and 8.
David?
4, 2, 3.
And Mike?
6, 5, 4.
So generally, it's not uniform, but generally the project activity for many of you is at the lower end of the range. A big difference in terms of the ecological projects, I guess. Half, almost half are 1s and 2s, and the other half at 6s and 5s. And I know, Miles, you had said earlier in the conversation that you tended to rank the project work higher.
Correct. Yeah. Especially the ecological work, it seems
Yeah.
to me to align with the goals of our environmental resource managing those. So.
Let's see. Aaron, are you doing your magic on the math on this again?
Yes, I am. I can share that if you want.
Okay, I'll bring that one. And Doug, I saw that you had a long message in chat, but I couldn't read it because is there something you'd want to add to this conversation based on your chat comment?
Oh, just really briefly, it's just this question coming up of what's defined as stewardship. And it's true that there's a lot of, basically what I'm saying is that there's a lot of environmental organizations who use that term. It's in common kind of nomenclature, but when you get down to the root of the word steward and stewardship, it's just the careful care of something in which you've been entrusted. And when we were talking about, the program as a whole, we're entrusted with many different things. And really, I guess what I see our approach being is that we're looking at all of those things and we're trying to give them weight and value. And we constantly make decisions, that might go against one thing versus the other. But it's not that we are strictly doing, just one element versus kind of trying to have that. I just come back to kind of a holistic approach. So.
Well, as several of you noted, as we're doing the exercise, these rankings are less, there's less clear definition across these different categories. Thanks for doing this, Aaron, but you've got three of the types of work that have the exact same numerical average. So we've got 3 number 2s. Yeah, Brian, I think your point about interpreting the categories differently, there is some of that. And I think some of it is also what Jim described earlier about the board maybe being a little less familiar and knowledgeable about the types of activities in stewardship. Lincoln, just in the interest of time, I'm curious. We went through this exercise because you reported that your conversations with the staff team suggested that it would be helpful to get some guidance from the board, particularly around the stewardship issues. If this exercise doesn't provide that guidance that we might have hoped for, what are the questions that we'd want the commission to help the staff answer? What's the kind of guidance that would be helpful? If this exercise was not of the value that we had hoped, just help me think through how to get at what the staff was asking for.
I actually think it is quite valuable because when I look at this, what I'm seeing is the commission recognizing that the day-to-day stuff, even down to the planning level, is really kind of the most critical. With the project emphases being something we do, but are not as critical. So to me, that helps when there's a question of, well, do we need to get this project done? Because it's going to take us 2 weeks of, two people working on it, or, that this kind of feedback helps me to understand that, okay, we can let some of those things slide a bit as long as we're doing some of the day-to-day stuff that we need to do.
Krista and Sandy?
Well, I would say first, I hope it's valuable from the standpoint, for me, it's reassuring to see that, much like Lincoln said, planning, maintenance, monitoring, and ecological projects are ranked as the top priorities, or the top 4 out of the 8. And then I would just ask that we might, I know stewards put time into outreach, but I see outreach and the work that Tanya does in terms of engaging the community. I would pull that out of here and kind of have it as separate, because I think the work that she's doing is a really high value to us. How much the stewards interact in that area may not be ranked as high, but I just don't want to leave with the impression that outreach to our community is ranked 5. That doesn't feel right to me, especially in terms of looking forward to renewal and having people engaged on the properties and whatnot.
Thanks, Krista. Sandy?
I agree with Krista. I wasn't considering Tanya's outreach in this exercise, but only for the and based on that, I would like to consider that we find that, I think we need to consider that whether or not we need more staff. I do think outreach and education is really important, and maybe we need help, more help on the ground to have more presence at the preserves. I know we're not discussing those kinds of things, but I think it's all important. So maybe we're trying to do too much with too little.
Okay, David?
Sandy's saying exactly the right thing there. Or a lot of you are. There's no way that I intend these rankings that I made to reflect what's really important. I kind of construe this as being, you know, if there's just a drastic shortage of resources and you have to prioritize, then maybe this is how it's done. But the real conversation should be about how do we just have enough people to do everything we need to do. And it's kind of, I mean, because of the work that I do, there's no prioritizing of stuff like this so that things get left behind if they have to. We just get everything done, and that's how it operates. If we don't have the resources, then it's my job to get them. And as a commission, I think, like, one thing I don't understand is how much prioritizing are you guys having to do over stewardship things, and what's getting left behind, and how much stress is there over that, and do we have enough people? And if the answer is that there's an issue there, we got to look at that. That's how I see it. I'm a real black and white thinker, and that's what I see here.
Brian?
Well, pardon me, I'll agree with what Sandy said too, and David. In talking about outreach, I was thinking mostly about Tanya's job. And in a sense, she doesn't really compete with stewardship for resources. She complements them, and that's great. But really, the stewards are, for the most part, the front line and the face of the land bank to the community. So that's as important a part of the steward's job as anything else. And so maybe we do need more resources in that sense. It's real important, I think, and it's been very important for the stewards to make friends with neighbors who are having problems with land bank properties, to resolve those problems in a good way, and also just to interface with the public on their issues. So it's important.
Aaron, I think you can stop sharing the screen. Thank you very much, Aaron, for doing that. We are just about out of time. And so just to close on this last conversation, we didn't hear from everybody, but we heard from 3 commissioners, Lincoln. What I would take is an open invitation to have further conversations with the commission about staff capacity and whether or not there is additional capacity needed, and if so, for what, and what the cost would be. But I heard an open invitation to at least have the conversation. So that seems to be a possible next step. I don't want to drone on here because we're out of time. I will say, as I mentioned earlier, between Tanya and I, we will give you a set of written notes so you can see if the notes reflect the conversation and where there were nuggets of ideas for next steps embedded in each of the conversations, and we'll try and highlight those for you to think about in your upcoming meetings. And Sandy, I just asked, do you have any closing comments for the group?
I don't. I think it was very, very valuable. I didn't know how this would go. And thank you for being such a great facilitator, so that I think we have real information here to work with.
Great. Well, Lincoln, anything else you would close with?
I really appreciate your time in doing this. I was surprised at how well the game show part of the thing went. I think it is, and that was actually very helpful. So we'll use this to continue those conversations. But as always, I just appreciate everybody's time, and second meeting in 2 weeks. So time for us to start thinking about those community meetings.
Thank you all. Have a
Jim
good
has-
weekend.
Jim has his hand raised.
Oh, sorry. Didn't see that. Sorry.
I'd like to know, but it doesn't need to happen right now. I'd like to know how the staff felt about this discussion, because it directly relates to the work that they do every day. So maybe there's a way we can get a critique or and it can be anonymous or whatever, but I think it would be really good to understand what the staff feels coming away from this. Since a lot of what we talked about is, or everything we talked about is what they do every day.
You're getting thumbs up from your fellow commissioners and from the staff, from several folks. Krista?
I suggest you have them rank our performance. Get some criteria.
So very quick. I have asked in the past, and David just reiterated, and Jim did. And I think we need to know what is not getting done to staff's level of their own expectations of how things should be, just by virtue of not having enough hours in the day. I think it would be helpful for us to know where they think more resources might be needed.
That's been your mantra since you joined the commission, Sandy. I think this is a great vehicle to actually put some weight behind your question. Yeah, that's great.
So there are 2 follow-ups there. One, getting staff reactions to the conversation today. And the second is getting staff reaction to the what's not getting done to their satisfaction question. Both important, but different. So Lincoln, I'm I guess put that in your collective staff's lap as to how they want to provide that response to the commissioners.
Very good.
I just, quick apology to the staff. I had the same, I think everyone had the reaction that Jim verbalized. We were just being really attentive to making sure that we heard from the commissioners today. This retreat is a little shorter in terms of time frame than some of the previous ones where everybody is involved in the conversation. So apologies if it felt more one-sided than past conversations have at retreats. Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, John. Great
Have
job.
a good weekend.
Thank you all.
Bye, guys.
Guys.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.